Freedom for His Omega, The Outcast Chronicles, Book 1. Written by Krista Crown and Harper B. Cole. Narrated by Kenneth Obi for Falcon Sound Company. Chapter 1. Jesse. I shivered, though the Tennessee summer night was warm. The woods were dark, and I knew I wasn't the only predator out here. The moment I'd gotten out of sight of the center, I'd shifted, and I hadn't shifted back to human form since. How long ago had that been? A couple weeks? A month? I was worried my logical human side was drifting away, but I felt too unprotected in that form to consider switching back for any length of time. My agile body, with its fluid strength and long claws, perfect for climbing trees, was built to survive in the wilderness. Without tools and clothing, my human body was little more than a moving meat market. A deep woof drew my attention to it again. I'd been hearing the bear for a while, and I'd scurried up the nearest sturdy tree to listen and wait for him to wander off. Instead of skirting around me, though, he had been meandering toward me. I tried to gauge how long that had been. I'd heard him just as dusk disappeared, and it was full dark now. Had it been a half hour? Or longer? I crouched closer to the branch, too wired to fall asleep, too alert to move. I could smell the bear now, the heavy musk of a full bear. A shifter scent was generally lighter from switching back and forth between bodies. There were layers of scents unfamiliar to me, and it wasn't until the creature finally shuffled into view that I realized why. I was used to the lighter scent of the smaller black bears, but this creature was enormous. He had to be at least 6 feet long, or tall, however you measured him. I wasn't completely sure he couldn't stand up and reach my branch. As I was debating on whether to leap higher or to stay still, hoping he wouldn't notice me, he looked directly into my eyes. They were silver, and his face was marred by a long, ragged scar from his right temple to his left cheek. "There you are." His words were like gravel in my mind, scraping over my consciousness. The only shifters I remembered speaking mind to mind with were my parents and a few cubs when I was small. It was only possible between two shifters who met some kind of compatibility. I don't know whether it was some kind of cosmic vibrations, like one old hippie hawk my parents used to hang out with said, or if it was something more quantifiable. Even with the compatibility, it wasn't polite to intrude in others' minds. You learned very soon as a cub that it was not okay to mind speak to those outside your family. So, outside of thinking this giant bear was full nature, the last thing I expected was mind speak. And so I did what any startled cat would do. I jumped. Contrary to popular belief, cats do not always land on their feet. When I jumped, not only did I fail to jump to anything, I failed to land properly. I did manage to get my feet under me, but I landed wrong, and something snapped in my back right leg. I yowled in pain, and the bear lumbered toward me. I tried to scramble away, pulling my upper body with my front legs. But the pain was making me lose my focus. All I wanted was to wrap my human hands around the pain in my leg, while at the same time running away as fast as I could. I was losing control of my shift, my front legs morphing into arms, the air feeling cool on my back as my fur receded. I focused on being a mountain lion, what it felt like to run, to leap, to eat as a mountain lion. But the pain was creeping up on me, and my vision was fading as the bear came closer. My hearing went fuzzy, and my vision went entirely black as the bear leaned down to sniff my foot, a giant snort of air tickling my fur before everything went black. Chapter 2. Asher. Cities smelled like death. Not a good, clean forest death. The wind and earth and rain reclaiming bodies unto themselves. But the death of sickness. The poison of too much metal and concrete. I hated coming into the city, but unless I wanted to live as a wild man in the woods, I had to make money somehow. Some days, that idea had merit. But I was a fan of some elements of modern technology, like the internet and Vietnamese restaurants. Perhaps I could make this trip slightly better by stopping by and picking up some pho for my brother and me. Simon would bitch about how soup wasn't real food, but he'd eat it all the same. On second thought, I could just buy 2 servings and keep it all for myself. The metal stairs creaked as I climbed the outside of the graffiti-tagged building just outside of downtown Nashville. Tommy's office was tiny. He didn't need much, though. He had a closet almost as big as the office where he kept all his files and a shoebox of a restroom. He had 2 old plastic school chairs across from the desk from him. The good plastic, though. The kind that hardly cares if it's left out in the sun and rain for a decade. I never bothered to sit, though. I was never in his office long enough to warrant it. I got the goods and got back on the road, heading north on 65 ASAP. My wolf got itchy if I stayed a moment too long in the city. "Hey, Asher, got your packet right here." Tommy's words ran together as though they were meant to be one. Gotcha. I took the packet he tossed to the edge of the desk and pulled the papers out far enough to flick through them and ensure they were all in order. We worked with a few bail bondsmen, but Tommy was one of our main connections. "Yep, there's a dirty one," Tommy said, unable to completely avoid small talk. It just wasn't in his DNA. I grunted, and he seemed to take that as encouragement. "They've got him on the line for a string of fires. All family homes. Serial arsonist." Tommy rolled his eyes and made air quotes with his fingers, a surprising gesture on him. "Alleged. They're all alleged until proven. But why run if you ain't guilty?" Tommy had made his opinion known on that subject multiple times, and I wasn't in the mood to give him room to wind up on it. "I'll let you know when we have him." I nodded and turned to leave. Tommy didn't blink an eye at my lack of words. He was used to me by now. "I don't think the boys in blue would mind if this one got roughed up a bit by the time he got turned in." Tommy's cackle was softened, but not blocked by the metal door falling shut behind me. It didn't quite fit into the frame properly, and his cackling laughter followed me down the creaking stairs. I tossed the packet on the far side of the bench of my pickup. I'd pick up some pho and then get back on the road. Before I headed back to the house, I stopped by the KOA north of Nashville where Kurt had been parked for the last few weeks. Kurt was a mountain lion shifter, and he wasn't good at staying in any one place for very long, or at working in a team. But he was a freaking tech whiz, and our ragtag band didn't seem to offend his individualistic streak too much. It helped that we'd been able to tell from first scent that we were pretty compatible. Not like sexually or romantically. I was compatible with every man on my team, but not in that way. Shifters can send a lot of information. Musky male or sweet female. Woodsy alpha, herbal beta, or floral omega. Species, emotion, compatibility. The more compatible you were with another shifter, the stronger the scent was. I had built a team of alphas who I was very compatible with. That didn't mean they all got along, but I was always able to work things out with my men, one way or another. I knocked on Kurt's door, even though I knew he must have already heard me roll up. I didn't even hear him pad up to the door before he opened it. Damned cat stealth. It was useful on jobs, though. Whenever we could convince Kurt to get out of his damn RV and get his hands dirty. He didn't step back to invite me into the RV, and I didn't expect him to. I handed over the packet Tommy had given me. New skip. Arsonist. Good money. Kurt took the papers and immediately started flicking through them. I waited to see if he'd say anything. Sometimes he did. But the door closed behind him without a word. Cats. The pho was already getting cold, but nothing a few minutes on the stovetop wouldn't fix.
Simon was watching TV when I came in. We lived in a double wide we'd bought after the first year of fugitive recovery. Or, as Simon never hesitated to call it, bounty hunting. He knew how that pushed my buttons. When people think of bounty hunters, they think reality TV and Boba Fett. In reality, fugitive recovery is a lot of slow, hard work without a steady paycheck. But it worked for me. For us. The job attracted independence. That was probably the nicest thing you could say about our crew.
Did you seriously get some of that damn soup again?
Simon complained without taking his eyes off the screen.
Our bodies need meat, Asher. Meat and bone. Maybe some potatoes and bread. And butter. Lots of butter.
More for me, I said as I passed in front of him on my way to the kitchen. First thing, I pulled out a pot and plopped the soup in it, the burner on low.
Hey, Larry stopped by to pick up the tithe.
I pulled out 2 bowls and 2 spoons. Did you give him the envelope?
I couldn't find it.
My eyes closed and my head dropped back in frustration. I left the damn envelope the same place every damn time. And Lawrence, our pack's second, was a tight ass. If Simon hadn't given him the pack tithe on time, he'd be all up my ass about it. And he'd nag me about paying the late penalties too. I opened my eyes and realized my claws had buried themselves in the laminated counter. I forced them to shift back. At least the holes matched the others littering the edge of the counter. Before I could start in on Simon, he was in the kitchen, stirring the pot of soup.
I kid. I gave it to him like a good pup.
The kid knew how to push my buttons. Not a kid, I reminded myself. He'd been itching to go out on jobs with me for years, and I finally let him the day after he turned 18. 5 years younger than me, Simon was the youngest of our crew, but after 3 years of hard work, he was as valuable an asset as any of the others.
So, we got another job?
Simon asked as he dished up a bowl of pho like I knew he would. He might bitch about my food preferences, but he was lazy. Given a choice between already made food he hated and cooking, he always chose the already made. Yup, handed everything over to Kurt. If we're lucky, he'll have a lead for us in the morning. We settled into the couch with our soup and watched old westerns until I headed to bed. I didn't bother dwelling on the job. I rarely did. When I had a lead, I'd move. Until then, it was out of my mind.
Chapter 3. Jesse. I came too slowly. My leg burned and ached, but it didn't really hurt until I tried to move it. I let out a shriek of pain that echoed around me in the dark. Something moved. A heavy thump and swish sound coming closer to me. My human nose was a poor substitute for my wolf's, but even with it, I could smell the bear. I started to scramble before the pain and memory of the bear mind speaking to me made me pause. I felt the bear stop near me, though I couldn't see him. "Who are you?" I asked. Until now, my fear had been that someone was going to find me and stick me back in a psych ward. And in the woods, I was terrified I was going to get eaten by someone bigger than me. Granted, as a mountain lion, I wasn't entirely defenseless, but I hadn't been in the woods in years. All I had were untrained instincts, and I didn't trust those very far. I had expected him to mind speak to me again, but he didn't. As the silence stretched in the dark, I started to shiver. I was lying naked on cold stone, my mind too distracted by pain to shift of my own volition. I heard the stretch and pop of a shifter changing shape, and then a quiet shuffle. I jumped as a hand brushed against my arm. A human hand. His hand burned against my cold flesh, and then it was gone. The man moved away, and I listened intently to the brush and clank of unknown things in the dark, and then I was lifted, wrapped in a blanket, and deposited back on the ground. The blanket was heavy, and heat returned to my limbs slowly. The man continued to move around the area, A cave, perhaps? And before I drifted back to sleep, I saw the small flare of a flame. In its light, the other man's face was briefly lit, illuminating long, tangled hair and beard and those sharp silver eyes. The ragged scar still ran from through an eyebrow across his nose and to his cheek. Our eyes met briefly before he stepped back into the shadow. He continued to tend the fire, but kept his face hidden from me. The flickering light glinted off of jagged rock, casting harsh shadows. We were definitely in a cave, a small one. Between the body warmth captured by the blanket and the fire warming the air of the cave, I fell into a deep, restorative sleep, my exhausted body recognizing the opportunity to make up for too many restless nights. The pain in my leg woke me again, but I felt better overall. The fire was smoldering, but a dim light filtered into the cave from somewhere. I pushed myself carefully up, curling my unhurt leg beneath me for support. "Bear?" I called out, hoping I was remembering how to do this right. I'd been trapped among humans for so long. "Are you there?" Either he was too far, or he didn't want to respond, or I had failed. The end result was the same. My stomach gurgled loudly. I needed food, and sooner rather than later. I looked down at my leg, remembering the crunch. With the swelling, I couldn't say for sure just from looking at it if it was swollen, but I could barely move it without gasping in pain. I feared it was broken. Movement would definitely be easier if I had 3 working legs instead of one, so I tried to shift. The pain of the attempt knocked the wind out of me, and I fell backward trying to catch my breath. Shifting was clearly out of the question. If only I had managed to stay in cat form instead of shifting to my more vulnerable human form. My stomach growled again. Food. Regrets weren't going to help me now. As terrifying as it was to find myself injured and alone, I had no doubt the bear would come back. This was clearly his den. Supplies were nestled into spare corners, set upon natural rock shelves. And now that I was fully alert, I could tell the place just reeked of bear. There was the faint hint of a human. That must have been from when he shifted last night. From his scent, it didn't seem like he spent much time as a man. Not that I could judge. I'd spent little enough time as a human after my escape. But that was for my safety. What drove a man like him to choose his wild side over his humanity? That was a question I wouldn't find the answer to soon, I suspected. And I had more urgent needs. I surveyed the room, looking for something to help me hobble along. There was a nook stacked full of wood, some logs, but mostly sticks and branches of varying thickness and length. I experimented a little, trying to roll over to my hands and knees, but that wasn't happening. The most comfortable position seemed to be to scoot backward, dragging my lame leg carefully behind me. I picked a decently long stick as wide as both of my thumbs and leaned on it experimentally, using it to pull my butt up off the ground. It bent and then shattered, dropping me to the ground with a jarring ache. I took a few deep breaths before trying another stick. This one held, and I slowly pulled myself up, bearing through the pain until I was standing. I leaned against the cool wall of the cave until the pain faded, and then limped my way toward the light. Even though the stick helped, pain stabbed my leg with each swing and bump, but it was all worth it when I stepped out of the cave into a cool, sunny morning. A small creek lay before me, with just a 10-foot sloping rock shelf between me and it. The shelf curved around the rocks to the right. I hoped that led to access to higher ground because I couldn't imagine making my way through the creek with my leg. Right now, however, all I wanted to do was drink. I ignored the fleeting worry about the sanity of the creek. Clean water or not, I needed a drink, and it wasn't like I had a lot of choices. I hobbled over the rock, taking my time. The surface was dry, but the rock was crumbling, and it wouldn't take much for me to slip and slide right into the water. And without any clothes on, the stone could shred my skin. Once I reached the edge of the rock, I faced a dilemma. I had stood. Now I needed to figure out how to get back down. I carefully dipped the bare toes of my injured leg into the water. It felt like ice on my skin, and I nearly jerked my foot out. But I knew that would do my leg more good than anything else at the moment. I looked around and found a straggly but stubborn tree that had buried its roots in a crevice in the rock, and used its limbs to lower myself to the ground before carefully scooting to the edge. I lowered my injured leg into the water and hissed in pain and cold. But after a few minutes, both receded, leaving me with a blessed feeling of relief. While I soaked my leg, I scooped up small handfuls of water and slurped it artlessly. The cold water chilled as it spilled down my chest, but it dried quickly. I was still hungry, but with the way the cold water was easing my pain, I had no urge to move anytime soon. Chapter 4. Asher. I was up with the sun as usual. I turned on the coffee pot, filled with Folger's Best, and worked on a Sudoku puzzle until the coffee beeped that it was ready. Then I filled up a mug and moved to the porch. The line of trees between the house and the road blocked the brightest morning rays. Mornings like this were half the reason I got up so early. The other half was just getting some guaranteed peace and quiet. But from where I sat, I could see a spider web in the grass, sparkling with dew, and the air was filled with the morning orchestra of birds. My cup went cold before I finished it, and I went inside for a top off. I left my phone by the machine, and as I poured coffee into my mug, my phone beeped with a text from Kurt. I finished filling my mug, grabbed the phone, and returned to the porch. Kurt had accessed the Skip's credit card statements. That was standard. And he'd found 2 properties the Skip owned. One in Murfreesboro, which seemed to be his primary address. The other was in Smith County, outside of Carthage along Defeated Creek. That seemed like an ominous name. Not for us, but for him. I wasn't ruling out the property in Murfreesboro, but his credit card statement showed a lot more activity out Carthage and Gordonsville way. Dumbass. At least he was making my job easier. I texted Kurt back that we'd meet at his place. I preferred it when he came to pick us up. I didn't like leaving my car outside of packed land without eyes on it for too long, but it didn't make much sense with him already being on the way out to Carthage. Next, I texted the other guys and went to kick Simon's butt out of bed. I didn't even bother to knock. He wouldn't have heard it. I opened the door and flipped on the light. I used to fling open the curtains until Simon got pissed and nailed boards over the curtains. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought he was a vampire. Rise and shine, wakey wakey, I sang. Simon flipped me the bird from under his covers as I marched back out. That alone wouldn't rouse him from bed, but a pound of bacon would. Simon's timing was impeccable as ever when it came to food. About 30 seconds before it was ready, he tumbled out of the room, hair skewed every which way and eyes blinking like a newborn kitten. I plopped a plate of bacon, eggs, and a couple of biscuits I'd warmed in the microwave in front of him and sat across from him with a plate of the same. His eyes dragged up from the food to the coffee maker. I'm not your mate. You can get your own coffee, I said. He huffed grumpily and dug into the food without making a move toward the coffee. Simon wasn't exactly a morning person. I didn't bother discussing any details with him until after he'd finished his plate and drank a cup and a half of coffee. Unlike me, Simon filled his coffee with sugary flavored creamer and downed it like it was a lemonade on a hot summer day. I drank mine black and sipped it slowly. What's up? He finally grunted, having finally crossed the line from zombie to sentient. Kurt's pinned our guys probably holed up in Smith County. Simon grunted in agreement. He'd have more questions later as his brain finished loading up for the day. Most fugitive recovery agents spent a lot more time on the tech and tracking side of things than we did. Our heightened wolf senses, or bear, lion, and mountain lion in the case of Dallas, Ryan, and Kurt, gave us an edge other teams didn't have. We were able to track skips down the old way, the really old way, by scent. Dallas was already sitting outside Kurt's when we arrived. His curly hair was messed as if he had combed it and then ran his hands through it a million times since then. As Simon and I climbed out of my truck, the door to the RV burst open and Kurt's head popped out with an expectant look. What? Are you guys waiting on an invitation? Get your asses in here. None of us bothered responding to that. If we had attempted to enter the RV without Kurt's invitation, he would have tried to rip us to shreds. Tried is the key word. We've all wrestled here and there, in and out of animal forms,
And while Kurt might take Simon or I, as a team, we could beat him. And Dallas was a fucking tank. Even though black bears were the smallest bears in North America, they were still pretty damn large compared to red wolves and most mountain lions. We piled into the RV, half-assembled gadgets littering nearly every surface. Kurt, you better clear some space or we're going to just start shoving stuff. There's just no respect for invention and hard work anymore, Kurt complained as he moved his projects around. He treated them with as little respect as any of us would have, but if one of us had tossed one of his precious machines in the corner, he would have had a conniption. I would have given him more crap about his useless tinkering, except that every now and then he did come up with an invention or modification that made our lives a whole lot easier. Once the table and benches were cleared, Dallas and I were able to slide in while Simon took shotgun. Kurt left the rest of the skip's file on the table, both the original papers and anything new he'd added himself. I never liked to pour over the information too much before Kurt had a chance to look at it. I tended to get overly invested in cases, and I constantly had to remind myself it was a job. The less I knew ahead of time, the less I had time to worry or get wound up in it. Emerson Womp was 37. He was a plumber, had 2 ex-wives and 1 kid. He was 7 months behind on child support. Outside of the arson, he had 2 charges for being drunk and disorderly, 3 counts of domestic disputes, and 1 charge for possession of cocaine. The rest of his record didn't improve. His kind was an infection on society, and he took it on himself to actively cause pain by burning shit down. Anything special, boss? Dallas asked, his voice deep but soft. I grunted. Don't call me that. I tossed the packet to Dallas. Nothing unexpected. A firebug. A pretty active one, it seems. Dallas grimaced and picked the packet up to read over it himself. I liked the team to all dig in. You never knew who might spot something important. Most of the guys took to the task willingly, except for Simon. He claimed to be more of the brawn to my brains, which was ridiculous because I had 2 inches on him in height and a few more in breadth. But he was wiry and fast. No one else on the team could beat him for speed. We picked Ryan up at a truck stop just before switching over to I-40 in Nashville. What must his parents have been thinking when they named him? Ryan the Lion? Or maybe that wasn't his given name. Maybe he'd picked it up somewhere along the way. Of all the guys, I knew the least about Ryan's past. But I knew what kind of person he was. Steady. Followed the rules to a fault. I put my life in the hands of these men regularly and never worried whether they had my back or not. Week after week, the routine was the same. Find the skip, capture the skip, get the money. It wasn't a glamorous life, maybe not really even a happy life, but it was steady and it was comfortable, and I wasn't looking for it to change anytime soon. Chapter 5. Jesse. I'd probably only sat there an hour before the pungent aroma of approaching bear permeated my senses. I stiffened in alertness, but quickly recognized, what was I to call him? He wasn't exactly my friend. I could call him my savior if he hadn't inadvertently caused my injury. He appeared from behind the rocks to my right, and I gulped at the sight of him. In broad daylight, he was bigger than I remembered. I was somewhat familiar with the black bears common to Tennessee, but this guy looked like he could have eaten one of them for breakfast. He clearly wasn't from around here. His fur was long and shaggy all over, and his face full and fluffy. If you'd shrunk him down to 1/100th of his size, he might have looked like a stuffed teddy bear, if not for the long canines peeking out from behind his lips, his silver eyes, and the ragged scar that ran across his face. I shivered, and it wasn't from the cold water. But I was fairly certain he had no plans to cause me further damage. He seemed almost feral, but he had shifted last night to care for me. He wasn't going to be winning any Parent of the Year awards, but if he had nefarious plans, what reason would he have had to make sure I was somewhat comfortable? He padded up to me. With me sitting down, my head didn't even come to his shoulder. He leaned down and woofed my hair, then leaned down further to nudge my leg with his nose. I think it's broken, I said. He shifted his shoulders back and forth, and I realized he was slowly backing up. I slowly lifted my leg out of the water
and turned to watch him as he bent his front half down to shrug off some kind of sling. Blueberries, I realized, my stomach rising up and growling at the sight of them. I scooted carefully over to the pile and took a handful. Thank you. He sat down and watched me as I demolished a few handfuls. I was still starving, but a faint memory told me I'd better not eat too much at once on an empty stomach. I had no idea if it was a book or movie or just something I made up, but better safe than sorry. To distract myself from the still gnawing hunger, I turned to the bear. Do you have a name? He rolled his head sideways, slowly. The gaze of those silver eyes drifted past me to somewhere in the distance. Casper, he said finally. His mental voice was just as rough as the night before. I wondered how long it had been since he had spoken to anyone, mentally or physically. I'm Jesse, I said in return. I was starting to feel guilty. I was clearly intruding on some serious hermiting here. Never mind that if he hadn't looked up at me, none of this would have happened. I was the one who had jumped and hadn't had the sense of mind to land properly. He could have left me. He owed me no favors. Casper sat silently, leaving me with only my internal discussion. The anxiety and guilt started to press more tightly around me, squeezing my heart to my spine. I couldn't take it any longer. Sorry, I blurted. Casper did his slow sideways head roll again, but this time his spooky eyes focused on me. For this, I gestured to the berries in my leg. It was an angry red, but seemed less swollen than it had before. I didn't try to fool myself into thinking it was any better for walking, however. You seem pretty settled in your way here. It was very kind of you to take me in after I was such a klutz. You probably aren't used to company and probably don't want me here. I'll try splitting this up this afternoon, and then I can figure out how to get out of here. Casper considered me, and I wondered what thoughts were rolling over in his head. Was he regretting saving a blabbermouth like me? Was he thinking of calling the whole thing a wash and bumping me into the creek, letting nature finish taking its course? It probably wouldn't take long for me to ground on shallows or bump into a bank, though. I was looking for you. His head rolled upright just as slowly as every other move he'd made, and he lumbered to his feet and turned away from me to enter the cave, leaving me with an ever-growing pile of questions. Chapter 6. Asher. We parked at a campground just a couple miles south of Womp's property. GPS wasn't able to find the address listed on the records, but we'd been able to look at county records and see the plot of land, so at least we knew where to head. We wouldn't be using roads to get there anyhow. We'd be going on all fours. It was just nearing lunchtime when Kurt parked the RV, and the first thing we could smell as we stepped out, beyond the scent of the freshwater lake surrounding us, was fried fish. I was already resigning myself to a lunch delay as Simon lifted his nose in the air and closed his eyes, his nostrils flaring as his feet followed his stomach. Bring me back a basket, Kurt said, shutting the RV door behind us. He wasn't exactly a people person, unless alcohol was involved. Then he got downright social. We all grabbed a basket of fresh catfish and fries, eating them in the RV before heading out on foot. Dallas carried an empty dog backpack, and once we were clear of humanity and safely ensconced in the privacy of trees, we stripped and stuffed our clothing in the bag, hiding it between some roots and covering it with some detritus. I shifted first, and then Simon and I ran point. Red wolves weren't exactly commonplace in the area, but from a distance, someone might confuse us for coyotes or dogs. There was no way anyone would mistake Ryan for anything other than what he was. A giant freaking lion. But his strength had busted us out of more than one tight situation, so there was no way we were leaving him behind. Dallas's black bear was more common. He'd still freak humans out, but just like Ryan, we needed Dallas's strength. Kurt, as usual, stayed behind in the RV, probably tinkering with another one of his machines. It always seemed something migrated back to the table while we were out on a job. We had to cross a couple back roads on our way, but they were empty. My sensitive ears could hear tractors and trucks occasionally in the distance, but our way was clear of humanity. There was a creek that cut right through Womp's property, so my goal was to hit the creek,
then follow it up into what seemed like the middle of the property, and then spread out. See if we could find any structures or evidence of a camp. If we were lucky, we might even run into the skip. We all appreciated easy money. The creek banks were fairly high and the water level fairly low, so we dropped down to the dry edges of the bed of the creek to stay out of sight. When the bank dipped, Simon split off to the right with a nod from me, and Dallas climbed up the bank to the right. Ryan and I continued on until the creek branched off to the right. I remember this from the map. Ryan mind spoke to me. This should lead to a small spring, if I'm not mistaken. Good location for a cabin. Go for it, I told him, and continued along the creek bed. I hadn't even considered working with anyone who didn't have enough compatibility to mind speak with me. Kurt and Dallas could mind speak to each other, and Ryan and Simon, but other than that, all communication had to go through me. It would have been wonderful if I could have built a team that was equally compatible with each other, but I suspected that was an impossible task. I planned on running as far up the creek bed as I could before it took a sharp turn. That was the edge of Womp's property. Then I'd work my way out south until I found something or ran into one of the others or the road. The edges of the creek grew steeper, and I wondered if I'd have to turn back to climb out. But I went a little further. All it would cost me was time. Finally, I saw a wall of green rising ahead of me as the creek cut sharply to the left. That would be the edge of the property. Thankfully, there was a fairly clear path up a slope that I would be able to use to climb out. As I got nearer to the path, though, an intriguing tangle of scents distracted me. I paused at the foot of the path to scent the broken weeds. The musky scent of bear nearly overrode everything else, but within that, I could smell pine. Definitely an alpha shifter. And stronger than that, something that wouldn't leave me alone until I identified it. It was light and fruity, an omega, but it was the strongest personal scent I'd ever encountered. Each of my team's scents were as strong to me as the alpha's, but the omega scent burned itself into my very memory. I'd never felt so strong a connection to anyone, let alone an omega, and I hadn't even met him yet. I paused to confirm. Yes, both scents were male. I spent a moment sifting through the scents. Human. That could be the omega out of his animal form, and I'd place odds on him being a mountain lion. His scent definitely bore some resemblance to Kurt's, and suddenly I realized one of them was in pain. I couldn't determine which with complete certainty, but I assumed the omega. If it had been the alpha, I would have expected to notice it sooner since his scent was so much stronger. Had they gone up the slope, or had they come down into the creek bed? The weeds were broken in both directions. It made sense to continue up the slope then, if I wanted to find them, since that was the way I intended to go anyway. But I'd only gone a few steps before I heard voices further up the creek. My ears twitched back and forth. Was that the alpha and omega I was looking for? Or was it just regular humans? I slipped into the weeds and stalked closer to the curve of the creek, pressing my body low to the ground to avoid detection if it were simply humans. I had to leave the weeds and belly crawl around the curve of the rocky bank until I finally saw him. A short gust pressed against me, filling me with the intoxicating scent of the omega. Peaches. Why hadn't I been able to name that familiar scent before? He was lying naked in the late morning sun. He reached over to grab a handful of something and popped them in his mouth. The breeze blew the scent of blueberries to me as he crushed them with his teeth and tongue. My tongue was hanging out and I was panting. It was just the heat, I lied to myself. I looked around. The bear was nowhere to be seen, but his scent was fresh. It would be rude to go panting after someone's mate, if they were together. A bear and a mountain lion would be an odd pairing, but I'd seen stranger. All I'm going to say is that I try not to judge, but a rabbit and a snake shifter don't automatically scream perfect for each other, in my mind. Enough of this skulking. I stood and stepped away from the rock. The omega didn't notice, probably because I was downwind, but the giant bear did. He'd been resting in the mouth of a cave, which I hadn't been able to see from my previous position. I don't startle easily, not even in the presence of the biggest bear I'd ever seen in my life. But that, combined with the scar across his face and his silver eyes, definitely gave me pause, making me wonder if I should hightail it up the bank, no matter if the strength of his scent told me we were compatible or not. Before I could give in to my fight or flight instinct, the bear mind spoke. "We've been waiting for you." Chapter 7. Jesse. I jolted upright at Casper's words in my mind. I'd been half dozing in the warmth of the sun, my belly finally feeling comfortable, though I certainly had more room for food. I gasped in pain at the movement, having forgotten about my leg in my drowsiness. As the sparks cleared from my vision, I noticed the wolf standing on the rock shelf. His head was tilted in confusion, and he glanced between Casper and me. "We've been waiting for you," Casper had said. After his announcement that he'd been looking for me, he'd refused to speak again, no matter how many questions I asked him, vocally and mentally. He'd been looking for me and waiting for this wolf. What the hell was going on here? Was this some kind of weird-ass conspiracy? Had Casper actually intended to hurt me and then hand me over to a wolf? I gave the wolf a good once-over. With him being downwind, I couldn't smell him, but he was smaller than I was when shifted. If it weren't for my leg, I thought I could take him. Alpha, Beta, or Omega. Casper moved, and I turned to catch him looking at me with an expression I would call skeptical on a less mysterious bear. But the look the wolf gave me was the exact same. Clearly, I had thrown my thoughts out there for anyone to hear, and neither were impressed. Though, if the wolf could hear me, that meant we were compatible on some level. But what was the wolf doing here? As the words formed on the tip of my tongue, the wolf hunched his back and shifted into one of the most beautiful-looking men I had ever seen. He wasn't bulky, but every muscle was clearly defined, from his rounded biceps to his firm pecs and his distinctly lined eight-pack. His hair was light brown, highlighted with silver-gray temples. He shaved, though not terribly recently, and I couldn't help but wonder what that stubble would feel like against my skin. I blushed and looked away as my eyes started to drift southward. Shifters couldn't afford to be prudish about nudity, but it was one thing to be comfortable with a naked body and another entirely to stare at a man's package. I tried to focus on the pain in my leg. Its presence had prevented me from thinking clearly about pretty much anything else until now, but even that couldn't wipe away the urge to check this man out. "Are you hurt?" the man asked. His voice sunk straight to my bones in those few words, earnest and strong and deep. Casper was pulling his silent act again. There would be no help from that quarter. "I think I broke my leg," I said without looking at him. "May I look?" He didn't move until I gave him permission. He hesitated a moment, and I wondered if he had been waiting for approval from Casper or not. Either way, the bear didn't move, and the man approached me. He knelt by me, blocking my view of inappropriate things, but leaving me with a close-up of his hair. It wasn't just his temples that were silver. His head was peppered with the shiny streaks. I wondered if he was older than he looked, or if he was just one of those guys who grayed early. His hands were cool on my fevered skin, and I hissed in pain when he lifted my thigh. "I think you may be right," he said. I had a sneaking suspicion the man could read me the phone book and I'd melt into a puddle of goo. "My name's Asher. What's yours?" He held out his wrists for me to sniff, and I did, holding myself to only a polite sniff, not a deep inhalation. He smelled like hickory, which made me a little hungry, honestly, and just that light sniff nearly overwhelmed me with his sense strength. My eyes flew up to find his watching me intently. I was several moments too late in offering my own wrist to avoid appearing awkward, but I settled my weight onto one hand and held out the other. He held my eyes and took my hand as he bent to inhale, the movement more reminiscent of a courtly kiss to the back of a hand than a casual greeting. "I'm Jesse," I whispered. Asher drew his hand back, slowly, his fingers trailing along the length of my arm, goosebumps following in their wake. He drew his hand over the inside of my forearm, grazing our wrists together, scent marking me. A frisson of intrigue and desire trickled down my spine. He withdrew his touch finally, and I wondered how I could get it back again. "We need to split this up and then get you to a doctor to look at your leg." "No."
I surprised even myself with my vehemence. No doctors, please? Asher frowned. You can't keep on without setting your bones if they are broken, Jesse. It will cause you more harm down the road. My muscles started jerking, electrical impulses overwhelming me, shaking my limbs as my fears crashed down on me. I'd been able to hold them at bay while I'd been on the run, too focused on survival to think of anything else. They'll lock me up again. I can't go back. Don't make me go back. Suddenly, Asher's arms were around me, holding my head to his chest. He was so firm and warm. I wanted to climb onto his lap and curl up there, letting him shield me from the world. But my leg prevented me from taking any advantage of the situation, even if my brain would have let me initiate the commands. My body seemed to have a mind of its own at the moment. No one is going to take you anywhere you don't want to go, Asher said, and he continued to murmur reassurances while I fell apart like the mess I was. His voice washed over me, warming my tattered soul in the same way the creek had cooled my fevered leg. Though I stopped shaking, he continued to hold me. He didn't grab me and shake me and demand answers, which I was grateful for. If he had, I knew I would have shut down, trapped in a prison of my mind's making. But his gentle strength made me feel freer than I had in a long time, even though I was barely able to move. I took a deep breath. He didn't ask why I had reacted so strongly, but he must be wondering. I've been locked up in a mental institution for 10 years, I said. I felt Asher's body tense underneath me. Was he worried he was holding a crazy person? But you couldn't be more than... He trailed off. Was he afraid of offending me by guessing my age? The absurdity of that made me want to giggle. I'm 21. My parents died when I was 9, and I got sucked into the human foster system. I think the shock of losing my parents messed up my ability to shift, and it freaked me out. I knew better than to talk about that kind of stuff in front of humans, but I was messed up. You were a child. You were grieving. I wished I could see Asher's face, but the feeling of his chest under my cheek was too comforting to move. I know, but even then I knew better. I could sense him start to protest again, but that wasn't the point of me telling him all this. They kind of freaked out, understandably, and after a few psychologists and counselors, they plopped me in a mental institution and left me there. They moved me from a youth facility to an adult facility when I turned 18, but that was about it. Asher's hand rubbed over my arm, pushing away the dark memories. Why didn't they move you out when you stopped talking about shifting? I'm assuming you did. I nodded, my nose pressing momentarily closer to the glorious scent of his skin. This man was so fucking distracting. I'd never been so entranced by anyone or anything. The thing about being locked up with a bunch of crazy people is that it's really easy to normalize that. Crazy becomes the new norm. Even if you're not crazy, you start thinking you are, acting like you are. It took me too long to sort all that out in my brain. I drew a shuddering breath. Apparently, all of the anxiety hadn't completely left my system. I know I can't leave my leg like this, but I don't know if I can go into a doctor's office. Then you won't go to a doctor's office. Asher said it as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Maybe to him it was, but to me, it was huge. It was everything. It might make x-rays difficult, but we can manage. But we need to get it handled before too long. When did you break it? Last night. He was right. Shifters healed faster than humans. It would have healed even faster had I been in shifter form. So in that way, I guessed it was a blessing that I had reverted to my human form in my pain. If we can get it set before tomorrow evening, you should be fine. The idea of seeing any kind of doctor still made my heart speed up. Will you be with me? I asked before I could think better of it. If you want me, Asher said, and I couldn't help but feel like there were more to his words than their literal meaning. Chapter 8. Asher. I was completely derailed by this beautiful, broken Omega who smelled of fresh peaches. This morning, the only thing on my mind had been the job. Now I was tempted to ditch today's priorities to focus solely on Jesse. If it had been just me, I would have.
but I had a team dependent on me. We need to get this splinted before we do anything else. Do you have any rope?
Casper might, in the cave.
For a moment, I wondered who Casper was, and then my eyes landed on the giant bear. I'd practically forgotten about him, which was a feat in and of itself, but my focus had been on Jesse. Looking at him, smelling him, listening to him was like being trapped in an enchantment, and I wasn't sure I had quite broken out of it. That was unsettling. But even more unsettling was how okay with that I was. I'd learned a long time ago to trust my instincts, though, and my instincts told me to protect Jesse, to keep him close. I stood and turned to the bear, Casper. He hadn't moved. Do you have anything I can use to bind his leg? Casper lumbered to his feet after a long moment and led the way into the cave. After the bright light of outside, I felt blind. I followed the bear by sound, but it didn't seem like the cave was very large. I focused on shifting just my eyes. It required a lot of focus, and not every shifter could do it, but it improved my sight dramatically. Casper nosed through a pile of random items, finally dragging out a loop of paracord. That'll do. Casper said nothing in return, which was odd. It wasn't like he couldn't speak. We've been waiting for you. What did that mean? Rather than toss the question about uselessly in my head, I asked him, why were you waiting for me? How did you know I would be here? Casper turned to consider me in what I could already see was his way, but rather than answering me, he turned to the other side of the cave and lowered his head to point to the pile of dried wood. Ah, for the rest of the splint. Good. Green branches would bend too much. I chose 2 pieces of wood the width of my thumb for the splint, and then 2 longer branches the width of my wrist to make a travois. I had no idea how Casper had brought Jesse down here, but it couldn't have been comfortable, shifted or not. While I had been choosing wood, Casper had left the cave and my questions behind. He had returned to his previous spot in the bank's shade, his back to the entrance. I laid out the supplies next to Jesse and measured the wood for the splint against his leg, making sure it wasn't too long. As I started to unravel the paracord, I realized I didn't have anything to cut it with. I considered my claws, but they weren't sharp enough to cut rope. You wouldn't be able to shift a claw to cut this, would you? Jesse shook his head sheepishly.
Even if I were able to focus enough to shift at all, I don't have nearly enough practice to shift just part of me.
Fair enough. That left one option. I measured out a portion of cord, guesstimated how much I need, and then approached Casper. Would you mind? I asked. He lifted his head up and looked at the rope. Then, just as slowly as he did anything, he lifted a paw and held it still. I took the hint and slid the portion of cord around a claw and pulled. It took a few tugs, and then it snapped. Much obliged. While I was working on the splint, I asked Jesse questions to keep him distracted. I wished I had a t-shirt or something to wrap around his skin to protect it from any rough edges from the wood, but he wouldn't have to wear the splint for too long. So where are you from originally, then?
It's hard to say, really.
Jesse hissed in pain but didn't flinch.
We traveled all up and down the Appalachian region. My parents weren't exactly the settling type.
Oh? What did you do for school?
Homeschool. He gritted the wood through clenched teeth as I tightened the cord. My parents were a bit nonconformist in all areas of life.
I was tempted to brush my wrist along the scent gland near Jesse's ankle, but I'd nearly gone too far earlier without explicit permission. How did they pass, if you don't mind me asking? Jesse gave a little shrug, his eyebrows scrunched in pain.
Motorcycle accident?
Were you with them?
No, I was at a human day camp thing. I didn't know anything was wrong until hours after they were supposed to pick me up. They were a little flighty. Being late was more normal for them than being on time. One of the workers took me home with her and contacted Child Services. I think she found out that night about my parents, but they didn't tell me until the next day when a social services worker came to take me away.
I tied the splint off. That sounds terrible.
It was,
Jesse said simply, his simple agreement highlighting the tragedy more than any outpouring of emotions would have. Why didn't your friend get you out of here to fix this leg sooner?" I asked. I still couldn't figure out what he and the bear were to each other. Mates? Friends? Something else entirely? I knew that I was walking into this situation fairly blind. It would be unwise to pass judgment when I didn't know the circumstances, particularly after Jesse had shared his past and his phobia of doctors. Jesse shrugged. "I'm just grateful he put up with me for the night. I was a dumbass. He scared me, through no fault of his own, and I jumped from a tree and broke my leg. Some cat, huh?" His smile was sardonic, clearly turned in at himself. So, not mates. The thought made me ridiculously glad. I pushed it away. "Do you have any clothes here?" Jesse shook his head. "I've pretty much been in animal form since running away from the center." I blinked, surprised. "When was that?" "A few weeks ago. I wasn't bothering to keep track of the time, something I regret now. It was the 7th, the day before I left, I think. I pretty much stayed in my cat form until I broke my leg last night." "Today is the 29th, I said, still reeling from the shock. I hadn't realized that when you said you had been in a mental institute that it had been so recently." "The crazy isn't showing too clearly then?" Jesse's smile was infectious. "No crazy showing," I assured him, turning my focus to make a travois. "I need a way to get you out of here without injuring you any further, so I'm going to put together a quick sled so we can pull you out of here a little easier." I started at the top, gauging how wide I would need to make it to fit my wolf between the legs of the travois, loosely framing it and anchoring it with rope. "What's his story?" I asked, nodding at Casper. I knew the bear could hear me, but I was fairly certain he wouldn't answer if I asked. "I don't know," Jesse said, shooting a shy look at Casper. "He's spoken to me 3 times. Once to tell me his name, another to tell me he hadn't just happened upon me. He'd been looking for me, and the last when you arrived." We both glanced over, but the bear didn't move. I felt bolder with Jesse now that I knew the bear had no claim over him. "May I mind speak with you?" Jesse asked tentatively. His mental voice was just as soft and unassuming as his physical voice. "Please." I was pleased he felt comfortable asking me for such a personal connection. "I know there's something different about Casper, but I don't think he means me or you any harm. I don't think he shifts out of his bear very often. He did once last night to start a fire for me, but even then, he kept to the shadows and didn't speak." "Do you think he's handicapped?" Jesse turned his head in consideration.
"I don't think so. When he does speak, he's very certain. I get the feeling that words are just more of a bother for him than anything else."
I finished up the travois. The bottom was wider than the top, and I'd tied a loose net between the poles. I was a little afraid they'd cut into Jesse's skin, but that would be a short-term problem. "Okay, let's lay you on this, and then I can shift and slip into the harness."
"Wouldn't it be easier if you could use your hands?"
I slid the travois under Jesse as he boosted his body up. "I don't want to put you on too steep of an incline, which I'd have to if I tried to drag it as I am. The harness should fit comfortably enough. Humanity has been domesticating working dogs for centuries for this. I figure a wolf can handle it for once." Once Jesse was settled, I propped the top edges of the travois on a boulder so I could slip into it without too much trouble. The harness was a little loose, but fit the way I expected. As I took a few steps to test the pull of the makeshift sled, Casper drew to his feet. I wasn't sure what was going on with the bear, but I wasn't going to be disappointed leaving him behind. "It was good meeting you," I mind spoke to Casper. I didn't feel awkward about doing so without invitation when he had initiated mind speaking earlier. "I am to come with you," he replied. I felt Jesse turn to look at him and knew that he broadcast his words to both of us. "You are to be my alpha." Jesse might not think Casper was a little slow, but there was something definitely off in this bear. "I think you are a little mistaken," I said. "I am an alpha, but not an alpha. I'm only a regular member of my pack." My correction didn't seem to bother Casper at all as he led the way up the slope. "I did not say you are my alpha. You are to be my alpha." That didn't clear things up, but Casper didn't wait for me to argue. I followed him up the path, my pace nearly as slow as his, with the weight of the travois pulling me back. The guys would help me clear this whole alpha thing up if Casper managed to cling to the idea for too long.
Hello, listeners. This is the author, Krista Crown. Thank you so much for listening to Freedom for His Omega. I really would love to provide you more audiobooks on YouTube, so if you're enjoying this book, please subscribe to my channel. When the channel reaches 1,000 subscribers, I will post the second book in the Outcast Chronicles. Please enjoy the rest of the book.
Chapter 9. Jesse. I found myself sitting in the middle of a strange peace as the makeshift stretcher bumped along behind Asher. After we reached the top of the bank, Casper had dropped back to walk side by side with Asher, and the only sounds around us were the swish of footfalls in grass, the drag of the wood poles, the slow buzz of summer insects, and songs of the forest birds. "What were you doing way out here?" I asked Asher, curious about the capable and handsome Alpha.
I'm a fugitive retrieval agent, Asher responded. I'm out here with my team looking for a man who skipped bail.
"Are you a cop?" I hadn't been part of the world at large since I was a child. I'd been allowed to watch television, occasionally, but only pre-approved shows.
No, definitely not. We're freelance. You might be more familiar with the term bounty hunters.
I wasn't, but I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of Asher with how uneducated I was in the ways of the world. "I'm sorry I interrupted your work." Asher's response was quick.
I'm not.
He didn't elaborate, but those small words kindled a warmth in my insides. I had friends in the Institute, but nothing had been steady there, nothing permanent. If I sensed anything about Asher in the very short time I'd interacted with him, it was that he was steady as a rock. It was entirely possible that I was wrong, but I didn't think I was. "You were searching for a man here?" I didn't want Asher to stop talking. His voice was as dreamy as he was, and besides, it soothed me.
He owns this property. There's only a chance he's here, but we've been lucky before.
I wasn't entirely sure what Asher was talking about, but I got the basic idea that he was here to capture a man. The idea made me flutter with fear and interest. Strange. I had no desire to fight anyone, let alone capture someone. But the idea of Asher doing so made my heart speed up. "Where's your team?"
Searching. I think you'll like them. They're a little rough around the edges, but good guys.
Why would Asher care if I liked his team? It was strange that he kept referring to them as his team, not his pack. Were the two different things? There was so much authority around Asher. I could easily imagine him being an alpha, though he said he wasn't. Though mountain lions were fairly solitary, I remembered some of my childhood teachings about other shifter social structures. Wolves were pretty strictly pack-based.
They found something. We're not near enough to each other for me to be able to hear them clear enough to figure out what. But we're headed toward them. Once we're close enough, I'll send my brother back to tell our driver to meet out here, if it's safe.
What would make it not safe? How dangerous was this job of his? I wished I could see Asher, see what he was thinking. It probably wouldn't help, though. I had little practice reading wolf body language. Maybe some of the dog cues would translate. Not that I'd ever say anything like that to Asher. He was too majestic to compare to a dog. Well, maybe a husky, but not like a St. Bernard or anything. I was getting loopy. Was that a sign I was suffering an infection or something? Asher hadn't seemed too worried about the break, but he hadn't said he had any kind of medical background. He would have said so if he did, right?
You okay? Asher asked. Your heart rate sped up.
Right. I was with other shifters. They could sense things like that. I was used to being the only one who could without machines. Just a little stressed about my leg, I said truthfully.
Is it hurting? We can stop and adjust the splint.
That was sweet of him. It was hurting no more or less than it had before. Well, maybe a little bit more with the bumps of the sled, but nothing unbearable. The splint helped a lot. I was more worried about infection.
Unlikely. The bone didn't break the skin, so chances are you're probably good. But we'll see someone soon who knows more.
It didn't escape me that he avoided using the word doctor after my earlier freakout, but not like he was tiptoeing around me like the staff at the center did. It flowed naturally from him, this concern and care. He was unlike anyone I'd ever met. Certainly not one of the nurses or doctors or counselors. Not the foster families I'd stayed with. Not even my parents, as much as their memory was gilded in my brain. They were fairly hippie. They disliked schedules and structures and often left me to find my own way, even at such a young age. But Asher seemed to absorb my needs. Was he like that with everyone? He must be. It seemed like such a natural part of him, as if he couldn't stop it if he tried. Casper plodded along next to us. What did you mean about Asher being your alpha? I asked him in a quiet aside. He turned his large head to look at me. I know. You said he's not, but he will be. What does that mean? Casper swung his head back to look forward as he answered.
It means nothing beyond the truth. It is simply what will be.
That was just as helpful as his original statement, which was to say, not at all. It eased my mind that Asher didn't seem bothered about Casper tagging along either. I was a lame Omega cat. Casper was a cryptic alpha bear. Asher was a regal alpha wolf. What a sight we must make. Chapter 10. Asher.
Finally, I was close enough to speak to Dallas and Simon. The first thing Simon said was,
Looks like our skip's a shifter.
well, damn, that complicated things. This wouldn't be the first shifter we attract, but it certainly reduced our chances of getting paid. For one, other shifters would be able to tell we'd been sniffing around, unlike humans. Even if a human saw us, there was no way they'd connect the dots. For another, some cases we couldn't hand over to the human authorities. Every shifter group held some standard of secrecy, but some rogues cared more about their own perceived benefit rather than shifters at large. There'd been a few instances where shifters had attempted to reveal our secret, and they had been dealt with swiftly. Not by me or my team, but we'd had two cases where we felt the skips were too unstable to release into human custody. One had been a wolf, so we turned him over to his pack. The other had been a fox, and we turned him over to his den. I hoped we never ran across a mountain lion or another solitary shifter that we couldn't hand over to the human authorities. That got complicated, fast.
You listening, Asher?
I shook myself with my thoughts. Yeah, sorry. I'm here. What were you saying? My brother's exasperation was evident in his tone.
He was here recently, but not in the last day or so. I didn't realize I was sent in a coyote shifter and not just regular coyotes until too late, so my scent is kind of everywhere. I went up on the porch of his cabin and peeked in. It's pretty sparse.
Well, this job just got better and better. Coyotes were just as tricky as the legends, just as unpredictable. Out west, I heard they tended toward larger pack structures, but here in Tennessee, it just depended on the area. If one powerful old coyote bastard decided he was going to build a pack underneath him, then by hell or high water, he'd do it. But they were just as likely to run alone as not.
What did you find?
Simon asked, interrupting my thoughts once again. A couple of strays. I could practically feel Simon's eyes rolling.
Why am I not surprised?
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
You're a bleeding heart, bro. What was it this time? A couple of pups lost in the woods?
I huffed a wolfish laugh, imagining Casper and Jesse as pups. Jesse, maybe, but Casper? Something like that. Hey, Dallas, you there, buddy? Sure am, boss. I didn't bother correcting him this time. I need Kurt to fire up the mystery machine and head out this way. Dallas's laughter bounced around in my head. You want me to use those words exactly? Feel free. Kurt hated it when we called the RV the mystery machine, because anytime the guys got drunk and started parsing out who was who among the Scooby Gang, he got Velma. If anyone was going to be upset, I would have expected it to be Dallas, who, lacking any strong affinity to any of the other characters, got saddled with Scooby. Simon was Shaggy, without a doubt, and Ryan and I were a toss-up for Fred and Daphne. But between the two of us, we had it fairly settled. He was Fred and I was Daphne. I tended to be a bit more intuitive, and he tended to buy into conspiracy theories. They weren't perfect analogs, but the important part of the whole exercise was how it pushed Kurt's buttons.
Everything okay? Jesse asked. I can sense you talking to your team.
All good. Kurt will pick us up soon, I responded automatically. But Jesse's statement sent my thoughts skittering in a different direction. What do you mean you can sense me talking to the team?
Is that normal?
Jesse's tone was hesitant. It's not usual. I've never known anyone who could. What's it like?
Jesse took a moment to think. Kind of like voices in the next room, but in my head, so kind of like a buzzing or ringing in my ears, but more defined than that. I don't know. I never really thought about it before.
Can you hear anything specific? The travois shook a little. Jesse must have shook his head before realizing I couldn't see him.
I couldn't. I don't know if I normally can. I haven't been around shifters much.
I hadn't forgotten about Jesse's ordeal, but the implications of it kept sneaking up on me. I couldn't imagine going a week without interacting with another shifter, let alone years. Don't worry too much about it. You'll figure things out. And that's a pretty useful ability.
Really?
Jess's voice was skeptical.
How? It seems about as useful as attempting to eavesdrop on someone in another room when all you can hear is the tone of their voice.
My sense of Dallas had been fading, and he was now far enough away that I wouldn't be able to talk to him if I wanted. Simon was coming toward us. To him, I said, "Did you let Ryan know we're meeting up?"
What do you think this is? Simon shot back. Amateur night?
He was close enough. I attempted to send him a mental picture of me flipping the bird, and he snorted. Close enough. To Jesse, I said, "For one, you know people are there, even if they're not making a sound. That's pretty useful.
In your line of work, I can see how that would be helpful.
For another, if you can hear the tone of voice, you're at least keyed into any strong emotional response. Those are both useful pieces of knowledge, and not just in my work. For instance, if a murder of crows sets its sight on your house, you might hear their mental chatter as they approached before they let themselves in to rob you blind."
Seeing as I don't have a house, that seems even less useful.
I came upon a foot-deep cut where rainwater probably made its way from the hill to the creek. I stepped over it and slowly dragged Jesse's travois forward, trying to keep any major bumps to a minimum. It's all a matter of perspective. I'm sure you'll find something that's useful for in your life. You better give me a call and say I was right when that happens. Sometimes it's just nice to know when people are talking. Can you tell who I'm talking to?
No.
Jesse answered shortly. I wondered if he was getting tired of my questions.
But I don't know if that would be different if I knew the people you were speaking to, if their rhythms would be as distinct as yours.
My lips stretched in a wolf smile. He thought my rhythms were distinct. He was cute and slightly innuendo-ish. But with him having been locked up his entire puberty and early adulthood, I didn't know exactly how aware he was of things like double entendres and innuendos. I heard a quick familiar yip. Simon was nearby. I yipped back. We should be pretty close to the road. I was looking forward to taking a break. The travois, even with Jesse in it, wasn't terribly heavy, but the paracord was beginning to cut into my skin. I was looking forward to shucking the harness. It didn't hurt that unhitching the harness meant I could look at Jesse more.
Chapter 11. Jesse. Asher's brother Simon met us at the dirt road. He was slightly smaller than Asher, and his hair was a lighter tint, but the biggest difference was their expressions. Asher was regal. Simon, he was clearly mischievous. There was an ingrained twist to his smile, as if he were waiting for you to find out the joke. Their scents were very distinct as well. Asher's oak was all depth and smoke. Simon was something lighter, almost fruity. but definitely still that woodsy alpha scent. And it was strong. Not as strong as Asher's scent, but definitely something I was compatible with. Simon shifted and went to help Asher. My bed tilted up a little and then was slowly lowered to the ground. And then Asher was in his human form, helping me to sit. Casper was the same as ever. He lay down and closed his eyes. Simon looked around at all of us and said, "Well, if anyone does come along, they're either going to think the nude circus is in town or something terribly kinky is going on." I blinked at him in confusion. Oh, he meant humans. It was so hard getting used to the dichotomy of the two worlds after having lived in a human one for so long, and a non-standard one at that. Simon plopped to the ground, stretching his arms out like a star. "Might as well work on my tan while we're waiting."
Or you could tell me more about what you found.
Simon tucked his arms behind his head. "Not much more to say. I'm hoping we get a good rain to wash away the scent of all of us traipsing over his property, but I doubt that's in the cards for tonight. If he comes back in the next day or two, he might split. We're not exactly unknown among the shifter folks out here."
We'll deal with it.
"You're surprisingly calm about it. Where's the Simon, if you would have just paid a bit more attention shtick you normally pull out?" Simon turned to his side, propping his head up on his hand. "Perhaps you're a little preoccupied?" I couldn't miss the significant look he gave me, and I blushed. Fuck yes, I was a blushing virgin. It's not that I hadn't had opportunities. As much as the staff tried to keep residents from getting down and dirty with each other, it happened. You couldn't prevent everything. But I hadn't been interested. There had been some residents I'd considered. They taught me to hate the word crazy. Life handed everyone different stacks of cards meant for different games. Some were easier than others. Most people who came through the center had been dealt difficult decks and just needed to be taught how to play their game. Some people were handed a deck of cards that had been thrown up in the air and piled together at random and expected to figure out their own game without any rules. Crazy was relative. But it all came down to the fact that they weren't shifters. As a teenage boy, I already had enough trouble controlling my shift. Getting up close and physical with someone with my hormones going crazy on me would have only made it worse. I wasn't stuck in the human world anymore, though, and Simon's hint that there might be something more in Asher's attention than just his decency dredged up buried desires. I glanced at Asher to see his response, but he was glaring daggers at Simon. Was he interested or not? I couldn't imagine what he could see in me right now. I was tired, broken, and completely out of touch with his world. Simon must just be harassing his brother. "So, what's the story?" Simon asked. "You said you were bringing home strays." "Strays?" That stung.
No, that's what you said. I said it was something like that.
When Asher spoke to me, his voice had been soft and soothing, but strong, like the perfect bed. With his brother, I sensed layers of frustration and warning. My eyes darted between the two of them. I was used to that tone signaling the start of a fight, which meant I should get out as quickly as possible. But running wasn't an option right now.
It's okay, Jesse.
Asher's calming voice was in my mind.
He's my brother. Nothing bad is going to happen. He's just good at getting me riled up. Brothers, right?
I wouldn't know. My pulse began to return to its normal pace. I never had one.
Aloud, Asher said, "Simon, this is Jesse. The big guy is Casper."
"You're a little big for a stray," Simon told Casper, who predictably ignored him. But Simon glanced around at all of us with dismay. "Really? No one recognizes that line? You're a little big for a stormtrooper? Come on, guys!" The way Asher's brow scrunched together in confusion and quirked his head reminded me so much of a pup, it washed away my remaining uncertainty in a giggle. Asher cocked an eyebrow at me.
"I'm not a pup."
"Am I really bad at keeping my thoughts to myself?" I asked, embarrassed. It was Simon who answered. "You definitely are, but you're not wrong." Before anyone could respond, the brothers twisted to look down the road. A moment later, I heard the same thing that had caught their attention. "That'll be the cavalry," Simon said. "Ryan will be here in a minute, and then we can bust out of this joint. Is the big fella coming with us?" We all eyed Casper. There was no way he'd fit in any vehicle, even the RV. The bear lifted his head and stared back at us. "He's a little big," Simon drawled over the obvious. "I will join you," Casper said. Asher shrugged his shoulders. "Not like that, you won't. Unless you want to play dead and ride on the top of an RV like a trophy. And then we'd probably get stopped by cops. It's not bear season, and we certainly don't have any bears like you around here." Casper lumbered to his feet, and he just towered over us. Then he shifted. His shift was just as slow and deliberate as the rest of him. Simon and Asher's shifts had only taken a few seconds, the result of a lot of practice, I could only assume. The sound of their bones adjusting from one form to another had been no more than the quick stop on a gravel road. The sound of Casper's shifting was like a rock slide, seeming to grow louder and louder until finally it was complete. He cracked his neck from side to side and crossed his arms as if daring us to comment. In the light, it was clear to see he was of Native American ancestry. I didn't know enough about the different tribes to differentiate or even make a guess where he was really from. From his grizzly form, I would make the generic guess of up north. But with the way everyone moved around these days, even that was uncertain. Even in human form, Casper was ginormous. He had at least a foot on Asher and Simon, if not more, and he was easily as wide as two of me. As the RV rolled up to a stop on the other side of the tree line, I wondered if he would fit in the vehicle even after shifting. Simon's eyes scanned Casper from top to bottom, and even he was left speechless. Sheesh. Asher knelt beside me. "Is it all right if I pick you up?" I tried not to show the desire that flushed through my body at his simple request. Of course. Being held in Asher's arms was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. I felt secure, supported, and horny as hell. I tried to let my hands fall oh so casually over my growing erection, but I doubted it had escaped Asher's attention. Just another mark against me in this whole ordeal. Thankfully, another man appeared with a pile of clothes as we entered the RV. Another alpha. Was Asher's entire team alphas? And all good looking to boot, though Asher definitely had that something extra. The new alpha eyed me clinically. "They'll be a little big, but they'll work." He tossed them onto my chest, and Asher snorted. "I'm going to let him use your bedroom. There's nothing that will bite or zap him, is there?" Asher and the other man squeezed past each other, pressing me awkwardly between them. "Just stay away from the pillows and you should be fine." "What do you mean by anything that could bite or zap me?" I whispered to Asher. "I was just teasing Kurt. He's a little scatterbrained and his inventions are everywhere. There's nothing actually to worry about." Asher seemed confident, but as he leaned through the bedroom doorway and lay me on the bed, I couldn't help but give the pillows a suspicious glance. "You need any help?" Fuck. After all the help he'd already given me, I couldn't stand the thought of Asher having to help me dress like a child. "I'll manage." "Just give a holler if you do need help." Asher slid the door shut behind me. I took a moment to breathe and take in my surroundings. The room was exactly the size of the bed. If I'd been on my feet, I would have crawled onto the bed from the door. Short windows circled the room, but thankfully, the curtains were drawn. Giving the pillows one last look, I started dressing, tackling the shirt first because it was easiest. The shirt did swallow me, but the sweatpants had a drawstring, so I should be able to manage well enough. And no matter how difficult it was, there was no way I was asking Asher for help. Chapter 12. Asher. We were all dressed and waiting when Ryan arrived, but I wouldn't let Kurt take off until Jesse was done. Getting pants on with his leg was going to be difficult enough without the sway of the RV. Kurt had been able to find another pair of sweatpants for Casper, but not even Ryan's shirt would have fit the man's barrel chest. Ryan looked Casper up and down. The bear practically consumed space. I wasn't sure whether his stillness made it better or worse. "Who's the grizzly?" I gave Casper a double take. "Is that what kind of bear he is?"
Ryan opened Kurt's mini fridge and pulled out a Coke. Could he be anything else? And does he mind us talking about him as if he weren't there? I shrugged, but it was Simon who answered. It's about the only way to talk about him, seeing as he won't speak up. He seems like the shy, retiring type, don't you think? Ryan gave Casper another look. I think he can be any way he wants to be, and I wouldn't want to fight him. Was that a flash of a smirk I saw on Casper's face? Maybe he wasn't nearly as stoic as he'd like us to think. The door to the bedroom slid open then, stealing my attention away, my head whipping over and my feet moving before I thought. I didn't have to look at Simon to feel his smirk on my back. Need help? Jesse flashed me a grateful smile. He looked exhausted, not that I blamed him. That would be appreciated. It was more difficult to scoop him up in the small confines of the RV hallway than it was to set him down, but I managed. Jesse didn't gasp in pain, which I took as a good sign. Simon had taken Jesse's spot at the table, and I jerked my chin at him. Come on, make way for the Omega. Simon moved, but couldn't resist a suggestive wiggle of his eyebrows. I suspected Simon and I were going to have to talk soon. I was used to his harassment, but Jesse was not innocent. It seemed like his life hadn't left much room for innocence. But he was fresh, uncertain of himself and his world. Just because I'd never scented someone more compatible in my life, who happened to be an extremely attractive Omega, didn't mean I had any right to move on that attraction and compatibility. Beyond the fact that our pack believed in the sanctity of the Omega's choice, so much was new to Jesse. He had to be overwhelmed, and it was ridiculous to expect him to choose the first alpha he saw after escaping his previous life. Well, I wasn't even the first. That would be Casper, who I still hadn't figured out. And I wasn't about to bring up the alpha thing on my own and open myself up for ridicule. In my peripheral vision, Casper's eyes flashed as I stepped back from Jesse, and I turned to see him looking at me as if he'd known what I was thinking. Am I allowed to go now? Kurt asked, already in the driver's seat. Jesse peered around at him with interest. I nodded. Let's move out. Instead of taking his normal spot up next to Kurt, Dallas slid in across from Jesse while the rest of us braced ourselves on whatever non-machine covered surface we could grab. Dallas offered his hand to Jesse. I'm Dallas, Black Bear. Jesse smiled and my heart stopped. He had dimples. Well, that just wasn't fair. I looked down at my feet before Simon could notice my response and make a thing out of it. Jesse, mountain lion. Just like our Kurt up there, Simon chipped in. So, what predicament put you in my bleeding hot brother's path? I opened up my mouth to step in. I doubted Jesse would have opened up and told me his past so readily if I hadn't started in on the doctor stuff and scared the crap out of him. But Jesse beat me to it. I'm a klutz, he said. Fell out of a tree and broke my leg. At the raised eyebrows, he blushed. Yeah, I'm kind of a shit cat. I didn't say anything, Simon protested. Jesse's smile grew even bigger. You didn't have to. And you? Simon asked Casper. What's your story? You seem a long way from home. Ryan reached over and smacked Simon over the head. Good. I would have done it if I was closer. Just because someone's animal isn't local doesn't mean the person isn't, dumbass. Lion shifters were surprisingly common in the States these days, thanks to good old slavery and modern immigration. I always wondered how slavers had managed to capture lion shifters, but because of the secrecy of being a shifter, we didn't exactly have any written histories, and few oral ones. My assumption was that it was mostly latent shifters who they had captured, but who knew? It would be blind to me to think that there weren't shifters involved on the other side of the trade. Casper opened his mouth, and my eyes widened in surprise that he was actually going to speak. My expectation was premature, though, as he closed his mouth, probably thinking better of it. So, are we dropping Grizzly off somewhere then? Simon was unperturbed by Ryan's admonishment. Nothing knocked him down for long. Something like that, I said. Something like you picking up strays? Simon asked. I smirked. Exactly like that. Well, this is a whole lot of hullabaloo over a lot of not talking. Simon pushed off the counter and headed to the bedroom. Kurt, I'm stealing your bed. No eating Doritos in it again, asshole, Kurt yelled back. Or anything else. The crumbs fucked up one of my machines for a week. Simon flipped the bird over his shoulder and Ryan said quietly, I don't think I want to know why Kurt had machines in his bed. I made a face. I definitely didn't want to know. As much as I wanted to stay close to Jesse, it was getting awkward just looming over him. So I moved to the front and took shotgun, following my brother's lead and settling in for a nap. Chapter 13. Jesse. I was surprised how comfortable I felt in that moment. I was vulnerable, surrounded by strangers, but I felt safer than I'd ever felt before. Maybe it was Casper's steady oversight, as confusing and mysterious as he was. Or maybe it was because I could sense each one of these men clearly, meaning I had an underlying compatibility with all of them. I suspected too much of it was tied into the handsome alpha sleeping in the front of the RV. You didn't like when Simon referred to you as a stray, Dallas said. His soft voice belied his appearance. He wasn't the largest man in Asher's team. That distinction went to the lion, whose name I hadn't caught. Dallas was the most rugged, though. His beard was full and a little scraggly. Even then, in comparison with Casper, he looked downright dapper. I've been a stray half of my life. It's not fun to have it pointed out that no one wants you. I braced for Dallas to dig deeper, but he surprised me. Simon didn't mean anything by it. His mouth just runs before his brain sometimes. Most of the time. Dallas's smile was as soft and unassuming as his voice. I let out a breath. I know. I mean, I don't, but I kind of guessed that. He didn't seem malicious. Dallas stretched and leaned back. He rarely is. Unless you hurt his brother. Then he's the most vindictive asshole I've ever met. There seemed to be a warning behind his soft blue eyes. Was he warning me? Away from Asher? I blushed again, something that seemed to be an epidemic at the moment. He just. Dallas patted my hand, stemming my babbling flood. Asher can take care of himself, but those boys have been on their own a long time. They take care of each other fiercely. Dallas seemed to be comforting and warning me all at once, and I couldn't make heads or tails of exactly what he was telling me. And I was exhausted from too little sleep and too much pain. But the pain was too strong to allow me to fall asleep. I adjusted my leg and grimaced as the tender flesh protested. Did anyone give you painkillers? I'm fine, I protested. Heaven knows why. Painkillers sounded glorious right now. Dallas leveled me with a disapproving glare and stood. I'm going to get you some ibuprofen at least. Simon and Asher clearly weren't the only ones who took care of each other. Thank you. While Dallas rummaged in one of the drawers, Ryan slid into his seat. Something about his demeanor reminded me of one of the counselors at the center. He made us call him by his first name, Charlie, and had been one of the few people who seemed like they really cared. He was also the only one whose questions actually made me examine myself, and I'd almost come out and told him everything several times, holding back in the end because, understanding or not, he was still only human. If I was going to have to go through a session with every one of Asher's team, I was going to end up a quaking mess, friendly or not. What little energy I had was rapidly fading. Ryan didn't say anything at first, though. His eyes seemed like they were attempting to drill into my soul, though, and that was way more uncomfortable than questions. I was too tired to squirm, though, and ended up returning his gaze. Are you running to or from something? For fuck's sake, he didn't beat around the bush, did he? And how the fuck did he know? Don't fret, cub. I know the look. I've been there. From almost anyone else, I would have bristled at being called cub. But Ryan was a cat as well, and an alpha. His presence was calm and confident. It was hard to imagine him being as lost as I felt. What look is that? I asked, curious despite my exhaustion. Ryan shrugged. I am no good at words, but it is there. He was almost as bad as Casper with the vague statements, but I considered his question.
I'm definitely running from something. I thought I was running toward freedom, but that seems like it's on hold for a little while. I gestured to my leg. Ryan's head bobbed, and he looked out the window next to us, watching the world pass by. That is a start, but you will need something more to sustain you. Freedom has many facets, and you might be free in one aspect of your life while remaining trapped. Dallas set a few pills and a glass of water in front of me, and I grabbed them, grateful for the distraction. Ryan's words were too complicated for my fuzzy brain at the moment. Both alphas watched as I swallowed the pills, and I almost expected one of them to pat me on the head and say, "Good boy." Instead, Dallas brought me a few pillows, and Ryan set one on the bench next to him for me to lift my leg, and Dallas placed another behind my back. Try to rest, cub, even if you can't sleep. Before you can begin to address questions about freedom and your future, we must get you on the path to health. The pillows felt ridiculously comfortable, and I was surprised to find myself drifting off to sleep soon. Before I succumbed completely, I heard Casper, his voice warmer than I had heard yet. "I will watch over you." Is this what having a family was like? I wondered. Everyone watching over you and making sure you were okay? It hadn't been what I remembered my family being like. Already, I was dreading the day I'd have to leave this strange group of alphas who I had just met. But thankfully, that was a concern for the future. Chapter 14. Asher. Kurt woke me up when we reached the house. My house, not his camp spot. "Why'd you drive all the way up here?" I was surprised how deeply I had slept, but maybe the extra 15 or 20 minutes had helped with that. "You want the kid to have to bounce around in that truck of yours?" He definitely had a point. The RV was a much smoother ride than my truck and had more room, not to mention how adorable Jesse looked while sleeping. His brows were still pinched in pain, but sleep wiped away many of the worries he seemed to wear as a second skin when awake. It made him look even younger, if that was possible. Right now, it was hard to believe he was 21. I prided myself on the strength and validity of my instincts. They'd never steered me wrong. In fact, things often turned out terrible when I ignored them. Right now, my instincts were telling me to take Jesse home, to wrap him up, to keep him, to claim him. But that was a right I didn't have. Even if I did have the right, that would be a really shitty thing to do. To take a kid who just escaped years of forced captivity and force him to submit to me? For once, my instincts were off the mark. They might be in agreement with my libido, but that wouldn't be fair to Jesse at all. I climbed from the front of the RV to the back, but Dallas was already scooping Jesse up to take him into the house. I had to hold back my possessive growl. "Don't worry, boss. I know he's not mine." Dallas's calm words were like a slap in the face, or rather, a punch in the instincts. And boy, oh boy, did they need it. "He's not anyone's," I said back. Dallas cast an amused look over his shoulder. Ryan patted me on the shoulder as he stepped out, and Casper, the friendly giant, breathed down my neck until I got out of his way. "You need a minute, bro?" Simon had come out of the bedroom, surprisingly silent, and leaned against the kitchen counter with an amused look that matched Casper's. "We need to pick up the truck." I ignored his question. Could everyone tell how distracted I was by Jesse? I turned to see Kurt watching me. He gave me a suggestive eyebrow wiggle, and I groaned. "I hate you all." "No worries, big bro. You go take care of your Omega, and Kurt and I will go get the truck. I think the others are probably going to want to stick around. They've both got that protect the Omega instinct going on. We'll probably have to find a place for that Casper to sleep tonight. He's one big mofo. You think he's got a claim on the Omega?" "I don't think so." I realized as the words left my mouth, I should have just kept my lips shut. Anything I said about Jesse was going to be taken, well, not the wrong way. It was definitely the right way. I was admitting that I already considered whether Casper had a claim on Jesse or not, but I didn't want them taking it any way at all. Simon clapped me on the shoulder and pushed me toward the door. "Go on, Ash. I can handle a little truck pickup. And who knows what kind of mischief your Omega is getting up to in there." Simon shut the door on me before I could respond verbally, but mentally, I yelled at both him and Kurt.
He's not my Omega. What little good it did. Dallas had laid the still sleeping Jesse on the couch. Boy, he must have really needed the sleep. Anyone call Doc Martin yet? Dallas shook his head. Wasn't sure you'd want the pack doc on this. I turned my head in confusion. Why ever not? Dallas looked at me like I was being a blockhead. Your pack isn't really big on inclusion, and he's a cat. My confusion deepened. He's worked on all of y'all without a problem before. Ryan and Dallas were looking at me with equal expressions now, but Dallas continued to be the mouthpiece. We're not Jesse. For the sake of all the fried chicken in the state, what were these two going on about? You mean because he's an Omega? That's part of it, Dallas nodded. I can't see why in heaven's name my pack would have a problem with patching up a mountain lion Omega. Ryan, you want to help clarify what Dallas is saying? Ryan shrugged. You'll figure it out sooner or later. Not sure what good I can do to help you along the path, seeing as you're pretty determined to be blind about this. I shook my head. I need a beer. I couldn't muddle my way through their logic, and I wasn't entirely sure I wanted to. You guys catching a ride back with Kurt when he brings Simon back? Again, they exchanged glances I couldn't interpret. We figured we'd stick pretty close. Tired, hungry, and confused, I'd just about lost my patience. Well, we're out of beds. We were planning on shifting and sleeping outside anyway, Dallas said. Casper's already gone. I hadn't even realized the big bear wasn't in the house. It made things easier if he was planning on sleeping outside. Fine. Do whatever you want. I'm going to call the doc and drink a beer. If Dallas and Ryan gave each other another look when I chose to sit next to Jesse, well, I ignored it. They grabbed a couple of beers for themselves and joined me, thankfully falling back on easier topics like sports and stupid politicians. Chapter 15. Jesse. I woke with the scent of antiseptic in my nose, a stabbing pain in my leg, and a gloriously enchanting voice murmuring in my ear that I was safe, that everything was okay. I wanted to believe the voice, but the scent was too strong. I opened my eyes. Asher. Asher was holding me. My eyes darted around the room. I wasn't in a clinic or an examination room. I was in a home, on a raggedy green couch. The green was darker than Asher's eyes. I couldn't help but notice. My eyes darted from the couch to the four men surrounding me. Asher, Dallas, Ryan, and the man who smelled like antiseptic. Are you okay? Asher murmured. You were thrashing. Was it a nightmare? If you wanted to call a flashback driven by the stranger's scent a nightmare, sure. Yeah, just a nightmare. You okay now? Yeah, I'm fine. I nodded at the antiseptic man. He the doc? Asher nodded and stepped back, his touch leaving me. I wanted to beg him to stop, to come back, to keep his comforting strength close to me. But I'd already shown him how weak I was, over and over. Begging would just amplify that image. This is Doc Martin. He's going to take a look at your leg, if that's okay. Yes, I stammered, my body already shaking in anticipation. Asher reached out hesitantly, and I latched onto his hand, squeezing the crap out of it. Fuck looking weak. I was weak. Why deny it? And if I didn't let this doctor look at my leg, it would heal badly, and I'd be even weaker. Are you going to have to x-ray it? Doc Martin knelt by the couch. Well, it depends. I'm going to take a look at it first, and then we'll decide what we need to do. Do you mind taking your pants off? I looked down at my chest. I don't think I can do it on my own. I'll help. Asher's voice was deeper than before, and that, combined with his hands at my waist, sent me from 0 to 60 in the downstairs apartment. That faded quickly as he lifted my leg, the throbbing intensifying as he pulled down the sweatpants, and I just prayed he hadn't noticed anything. And then he was back at my side. I reached for his hand without thinking, seeking his comfort again. Doc Martin pulled out a pair of scissors and clipped the cord of the splint, setting the materials carefully to the side, and one of the others whisked it away.
Doc wasn't wearing a white coat or anything else that signified he was a doctor. His medical bag was a Black& Decker canvas tool bag. He didn't even wear any glasses. Still, that scent of antiseptic wouldn't leave me. It covered up any hint of his scent. I turned my head away as the doctor's fingers pushed at my leg, pressing my face into Asher's knuckles, doing my best not to scream as he lifted my leg, moving it this way and that. Small grunts and groans escaped my throat, though, and when the doctor laid my leg back down and his fingers left my skin, I felt as if I were gulping for air, like I'd been holding my breath the entire time he'd been touching me. Good news. Doc Martin started pulling items out of his bag. It is broken, but it's a clean break. That means no x-rays, and I can fix it right now. Is there bad news? I whispered. It's going to hurt like a bitch.
Can you give him any pain medication?
Asher asked. No, I gasped. No meds, please. Asher's face was pinched when he turned to me, and I realized how tightly I was grasping his hand. I forced myself to let go, one finger at a time, but he grabbed on with both hands when I tried to pull away. Okay, no meds, he said. But what about the pain? Can I have a piece of leather to bite down on? I was only half joking. That's what they used to do in the olden days, right? Before I could blink, Asher had whipped off his nice black leather belt, still shiny, and handed it to me. My eyes blinked rapidly in surprise. Don't protest, kid, Doc Martin said grimly. If you don't want drugs, you're going to need it. I hesitantly put the leather between my teeth, waiting and waiting. Doc Martin kept messing about with a roll of gauze-looking stuff. Had I put the leather in my mouth too early? I was salivating now, and it was difficult to swallow. Then, without warning, Doc put his hands back on my leg and pulled. I bit down as hard as I could out of reflex, a scream wrenching up through my throat. It trailed off into panting groans as something cool plastered against the skin of my leg. Something wrapped around and around, stopping before the knee. I couldn't move, my heart still racing from the adrenaline, but my energy completely spent. Asher brushed my hair from my brow, murmuring like he had been when I woke up, but I was too out of it to process what he was saying now. It made me feel somewhat better. Maybe it was just the man's voice. It was enchanting, wrapping around my body like a warm blanket. Okay, the pain was making me as loopy as a painkiller would have. All done, Doc Martin declared. I think you boys know the drill. Don't get it wet in the shower. Come see me in 2 weeks. Ryan showed the older man out, and I turned wearily to Asher. Is he going to be able to tell if it's healing right in 2 weeks? Asher helped me pull the sweatpants over my leg. The cast was thicker than the splint, so it took a little more maneuvering, but the increased support of the cast kept it from hurting as much. In 2 weeks, Asher said, pulling the pants up over my ass. Your leg should be all healed up. You're shitting me. Asher squinted his eyes at me, as if he couldn't process what I was saying. Have you really never gotten hurt? I shrugged. There wasn't much chance to. You know that shifters heal faster than humans, right? I shrugged. Of course. But I hadn't realized it was that much faster. It's a perk. Now, are you hungry? Want to eat, or do you want to go back to sleep? My stomach gurgled and I yawned. Is there any way I could do both? Asher's grin was infectious. Sure thing. He slid his arms carefully under me, and I threw my arms around his neck, linking my fingers. So what if my leg was all kinds of busted up and there was a pile of witnesses? This just felt natural. I'd take what I could get for now. Asher carried me down the hall and into a bedroom. The bedroom was small and completely dominated by the king bed in the middle of it. The comforter was already turned down, and Asher slid me in easily. Thank you, I yawned. Anytime, Asher said. Now, what shall I fix? Anything fast and easy, I said, sleep already creeping up on me. I'm fading fast. Asher raised his eyebrows at me. Nothing around here is that easy, he said. Was that innuendo? A joke? Or was he being completely serious? I'd never realized how fucking hard real human emotions were to understand. On TV, everyone was over the top, and you always knew who was threatening who. There wasn't any need to try to interpret anything because the actors worked very hard at telegraphing their particular message to the viewers. Before I could figure out exactly what he meant, he was gone. I turned my head to study the room he'd brought me into. It must be his. Simon didn't strike me as nearly this put together. This was one of those rooms where everything had a place. Besides that, Asher's scent surrounded me. Since no one was looking, I buried my face in his pillows, inhaling his scent deep in my lungs. As I did, it was like something clicked between my head and my heart and my gut. And before I realized it, regardless of my empty stomach, I was asleep. Chapter 16. Asher.
All I had in the house that I could fix quick was a Mrs. Calendar's microwave dinner, so I heated that up quickly. The other guys had made themselves at home, relaxing on the couch, watching TV, and drinking beers. I'd put a shopping list together soon. I had to go pick up crutches for Jesse, too. Even if it was only going to be 2 weeks before the cast came off, that would be a long 2 weeks if he didn't have any way of getting up and around. I knocked softly on the door, and when Jesse didn't answer, I pushed the door open slowly. The light from the hallway fell over his face, and his sleep-closed eyes scrunched and relaxed. He looked so tiny on my giant bed. It was beyond tempting to crawl in bed and snuggle up to his warmth. I took the opportunity to study him. He was short, maybe about 5'3", but it was hard to tell when he hadn't been able to stand on his own. I was on the shorter side for an alpha at 5'11", and he would fit perfectly in my arms. My chin rested on his head. But he was definitely too skinny. I couldn't wait to get that boy fattened up some. I suddenly felt someone behind me. Instinctively, my elbow jutted backward, connecting with a solid oof. "Give a guy some warning?" Simon wheezed. He was bent over, clutching his solar plexus while Ryan and Dallas stood behind him, grinning. "You were the one who snuck up on me." I closed the door softly behind me, not wanting to wake Jesse up. "Creeper much?" Simon was still rubbing his chest. "We were just checking on you, so you might want to turn that blame finger around." Simon circled his finger and thrust it toward me. I smacked it away. "Whatever. Here, have some food." I shoved the uneaten microwave dinner at Simon. "And you other two, get out. I'm going to sleep." I turned the TV off and grabbed a couple of blankets off the back of the couch.
"What? No dinner for us?"
Ryan asked. "Out!" I threw an empty beer can at his head, and he and Dallas ducked out of the house, snickering. I woke to the sound of a shower the next morning, confused. Simon was never up before I was. Then I remembered Jesse. As my groggy brain came online, I remembered the doc saying he shouldn't get his cast wet. I hurried to the bathroom door and knocked. "Jesse." There was a thunk, and then the water shut off.
"Yeah?"
"You doing okay in there? Remember, you're not supposed to get the cast wet."
"Yeah, I'm good. I'll be out in a minute."
The water turned back on, and I stumbled into the kitchen to make coffee. After a few minutes, the bathroom door opened and Jesse hopped out. I hurried to help him. "Did you hop all the way from my room?"
"Yeah, I didn't want to wake you."
He was so cute, with his wet hair curling and his scent mingling with mine. How was that? Oh, fuck. He was wearing my clothes. That was an image that would stick with me. I almost wanted to make him only wear my clothes, but they really didn't fit him well. That was another thing I'd have to add to the shopping list. Feel free to wake me any time, but I've got it on my to-do list to go pick up a set of crutches for you. I saw the relief in his face as I helped him sit down on the couch.
"That would be helpful. Sorry I'm such a pain."
"You're not a pain at all. Coffee?"
"Please."
I poured us each a cup and took the far side of the couch.
"So, where is everyone else?"
Jess's big eyes peeked up at me over the coffee mug. "The guys? Kurt's probably gone back to his camp spot. Dallas and Ryan said they were going to stick around, sleep outside. They said Casper was already out there. Simon should be back in his room. Jesse wrapped his fingers around the mug and held it as close as possible to his body, as if trying to soak up the warmth.
Where did you sleep?
I patted the couch. Right here. Jesse's mouth dropped open.
You didn't have to do that for me.
I wanted to. But it's not the first time I've slept on this couch. I couldn't explain the feeling in me that drove me to give Jesse the best I could offer. It wasn't much, just a bed and some clean clothes, but it was what I had. I wanted him to feel comfortable and happy. I'd never felt like this before. It didn't take a genius to figure out what that meant. I was falling for the little Omega. Never mind that I was all kinds of wrong for him. Older, cynical, grumpy, set in my ways. That first scent had told me that this was the most compatible person I had ever met, and the hours spent taking care of him and absorbing that scent were setting his barbs into my soul. If I wasn't careful, I was going to be a goner before I knew it, and I couldn't do that to him. He was so young, with so much of the world to experience, even more so than most people his age. There was no way he would choose someone like me, and I wouldn't want him to. Food, I asked, both to distance myself from him and distract myself from my thoughts. Jesse's stomach grumbled, and I laughed. That answers that. Eggs okay? I don't really have much else at the moment. His smile was grateful and made me ache down to my bones with its sweetness.
Eggs sound amazing.
The smell of cooking eggs must have escaped outside because, before long, Dallas and Ryan trundled in. I put Ryan in charge of cooking. He worked as a diner cook before signing on with us, and escaped to my room. I needed a little space away from Jesse and my emotions, but being in my room didn't help at all. His scent circled around me here too, even stronger than out in the living room. I allowed myself a moment of weakness and buried my face into the pillow he'd used the night before, inhaling his fresh peach scent. Fuck. I threw the pillow back on the bed. I needed to get a hold of myself. Jesse was my guest, nothing more. I grabbed some clothes out of my drawers and took a shower, attempting to scrub his scent from my pores. But I couldn't scrub him from my mind.
Chapter 17. Jesse. My eyes followed Asher like they were locked on him. The moment he stepped into any room, I knew it. And even when talking to the other guys, I could barely tear my eyes away for a few seconds. Something had changed in me. I had a sneaking suspicion I knew what it was, but I couldn't ask Asher or the other alphas in case I was wrong. I felt an irrational surge of anger at my parents for leaving me when they had. They didn't plan on dying, but sometimes I almost wish they had taken me with them that day. That was my frustration speaking, though. In an ideal world, they would have lived and been able to walk me through imprinting on Asher. But would I have met Asher if things had gone differently? The very idea repulsed me. Regardless of what had happened in the past, right now, I wanted Asher. I needed Asher. And I didn't have the first clue how to go about it. Casper, you there? Casper's answer was slow in coming, and more like a mental grunt than words, but it was enough. I know you're not a big talker, but I need help. I think I've imprinted on Asher. I waited for Casper's response in forced patience, pretending to focus on what the other guys were talking about while Asher took a shower.
And
I sighed, drawing a glance from Dallas. He seemed the most intuitive of the alphas. I gave him the best smile I could muster and returned my focus to Casper when Dallas turned back to answer a comment from Ryan. And I don't know if it's real. I don't know what to do.
follow your destiny.
I wanted to bang my head on the table. What a load of crock. That was not helpful. But what else should I have expected from the taciturn bear?
Sorry,
Casper said, and I could hear the frustration coming from him as well.
I don't talk. It has been a while.
Great. Now I felt like shit for being so ungrateful to Casper. He was helping in the way that he could. It's not your fault. I guess I'll just have to figure this out on my own. Casper sent me something that felt like a mental pat on the back.
I am here. For you. For Asher.
His attempt to comfort me was like a warm blanket around my heart. It might not help me address my current situation, but it felt good. Thank you. Asher stepped out of the bathroom and, once again, my eyes locked on him. And fuck, it was a good view. The towel hung low around his hips, drops of water falling down his muscular torso. His wet hair looked dark, and he'd slicked it back away from his face. His chest was nearly bare of hair, but his legs and arms were dark and full. How had I not noticed what a sex god he was before? Granted, I'd been in a ton of pain, but still. Unless this was the imprinting thing. I really did need to find someone to talk to about this before it went too far. I didn't even know if imprints were reversible. I'd been too young when I'd found myself in the human childcare system for it to be a thing I needed to know. Of course, the idea of staying with Asher forever and ever sounded glorious to me. But what if he didn't feel the same? Where would that leave me? Asher hurried into his bedroom and shut the door behind him, leaving me reeling with his absence. I turned my attention back to the other guys who were smirking at me. What? I asked, blushing, as if I could play it off. You've got it bad, Ryan said, sliding an omelet onto a plate. I don't. He just... Dallas shook his head.
Don't worry, kid. Everyone gets Twitter-pated at some point in their life.
Ryan raised his eyebrows and turned to face Dallas. Bambi. Really, bro? Dallas shrugged.
I'm man enough to admit I've watched it. And?
He snagged a piece of toast from the plate Ryan had been putting together.
I liked it.
Ryan chopped at Dallas's hand and missed. Take your ass elsewhere, princess. You can wait along with everyone else. Dallas rolled his eyes, chomping happily on his toast.
There's such a long line.
If you don't watch it, I'll kick you out to find your own breakfast. You won't feel so chipper when it's you having to hunt Bambi, huh?
Harsh, man.
Dallas removed himself to a safe distance as Asher came back out of his bedroom. My head spun toward him, and I couldn't help but glance at the other two alphas, who were wearing identical smirks. Fuck it all. I couldn't help it. But Asher refused to look at me as he walked past the couch. He grabbed his keys off the rack next to the door and started shrugging on a hoodie. Ash, where you going, man? Breakfast is almost finished. Ryan looked affronted that anyone would turn down his eggs and toast. Was it my imagination, or was Asher purposefully not looking at me? Had he sensed my desire for him? A desire he didn't return?
I'll eat when I get back. Just gonna run out for some groceries and stuff.
He was out the door before anyone had time to respond. Well, Ryan started, disassembling one of the plates. More for us, then. Did someone say food? Simon's sleepy voice called from the back bedroom. A second later, Kurt opened the door and came in without a word. Other than Asher, only one other was missing from our band. Casper, do you want breakfast?
I am sufficiently sated.
His answer was firm, but I sensed he was pleased at having been asked. The guys helped me to the small kitchen table, and I was surprised to realize Ryan had put together the exact number of plates needed. The guys laughed and joked back and forth while I struggled to keep up with the inside jokes and innuendos. Once again, it struck me how different this was from my home life before my parents' death. None of the foster homes had even come close to the camaraderie I felt among the alphas. I felt the hole in the group where Asher should be, but at the same time, I was almost grateful for his absence. I wouldn't have been able to focus on anyone else if he'd been present, and I felt like breakfast went a long way toward building a friendship between me and the alphas, and it gave me time to build my game plan to get Asher to notice me. Chapter 18. Asher.
I tried to stay out of Jesse's way as much as possible the next 2 weeks. He tried to corner me a couple of times to convince me to use my own bed, and every night he fell asleep on the couch before I got home, and I picked him up, carried him to my room, and tucked him in. I wasn't comfortable leaving Jesse alone with a bum leg, so we rotated which one of the guys stayed back with him while the rest of us pursued leads. We kept throwing feelers out on the coyote who'd skipped bail on arson charges, but Simon's fears seemed to be right. He'd caught wind of us and vanished. Coyotes were particularly good at vanishing, though. We had other jobs, though, so we kept our ears and eyes out. Sooner or later, he'd pop up on our radar. They always did. And then, finally, 2 weeks had passed and Doc Martin was at my door again. Even though the day was here, I wasn't excited about thinking about Jesse leaving. Not that I'd let him get close enough to talk his plans through with me. He seemed to be pretty friendly with the other alphas, even Kurt. I couldn't rule out that he would choose one of them. He could do worse. Any of the other guys would be better for Jesse than me. At least Simon, as irresponsible as he was closer to Jesse's age. Doc Martin was putting Jesse through some exercises with the cast on. It seemed to be able to bear his weight, though Jesse said it felt strange. That could simply be because he hadn't used it much. "Well, Jesse?" Doc Martin took a seat on the arm of the couch. "Everything seems good, but I really would feel more comfortable if I could x-ray the leg, just to make sure everything was completely healed." I could already see Jesse's hand shaking as he pushed his hair behind his ears. "Do I have to?" Doc Martin shook his head. "No, but I think it would give both you and I a greater sense of certainty if you can bear it. And any one of these fellas can come with you." Oh no, not good. I glanced at the other guys' faces, waiting for someone to speak up, to volunteer to accompany Jesse, already knowing that none of them were going to give me the easy way out. Why? They all seemed to get along with Jesse just as well as I did. Better, in fact. Surely he'd be more comfortable with one of them? But no, it was to me Jesse turned and hesitantly asked, "Asher, would you mind? I think I can handle it if you come with me." My mouth was answering before my brain caught up. Of course. "Well, no time like the present." Doc jumped off the armrest with a bounce. "Sooner started, sooner done." Jesse gathered his crutches underneath his arms and swung out the door. I followed, but not before I pinned each and every member of my team with a glare. Their smiles said they knew exactly what they were about. I helped Jesse up into my truck and followed Doc to his practice. I could feel Jesse's tension radiating off him, but I wasn't sure how to help without breaking down this barrier I'd put between us to protect him. I wanted to pull him next to me on the bench seat, tuck him under my arm, and just breathe his scent. Instead, I used words. "It will be okay. I'll be right there." Jesse nodded. I don't want to freak out. I don't want to freak you out." "How do you think you freak me out?" I glanced over to see Jesse pulling at a loose string on his shirt. "If I react badly to being in a doctor's office, or the smells, or just anything. I know it's stupid. I know Doc Martin isn't going to do anything bad to me, but I can't shake the terror." "Don't call your emotions stupid." My tone was more forceful than I intended, and I consciously softened it. "You can't shake off trauma that easily. It's probably more harmful to yourself to try. If at any point you feel like you can't stand it anymore, I'll whisk you out of there faster than a genie can grant a wish." "Did you just reference Aladdin?" Jesse stopped pulling at the loose thread. "Maybe. What's the big deal?" Jesse shrugged. "No big deal. Ryan and Dallas mentioned Bambi the other day. I didn't realize that such tough guys could be Disney fans too." "I was a kid once. Still am at heart. I'm just like Peter Pan." Doc turned into his office's driveway, and I followed. "Peter Pan would never have grown up as hot as you." My face flushed at Jesse's quiet words, but I'd stopped the truck and was able to escape the small cab of the vehicle before I was required to respond. Doc reached his side before I did, further helping me to avoid responding to that comment. It was probably just a comment. It didn't mean anything. Doc hurried to unlock the door for us, and I followed Jesse into the clinic. I hoped that it didn't stir too many negative memories for Jesse. Doc didn't go for the sterile white look. His office was painted in autumn colors, oranges and greens, and he ushered us right into the x-ray room. Jesse reached for my hand as Doc busied himself, covering Jesse in a leather apron to protect his unbroken body from radiation. I let him have it, and he squeezed my fingers together fiercely. I bent down so I could whisper to him, "You okay?" Jesse nodded without speaking. "I know I'll feel better if I know the leg is fully healed. It's just hard." I squeezed his fingers back and he closed his eyes. When Doc was ready, he said, "Okay, Jesse, I just need to ask you to step out here with me for 2 seconds while I take the x-rays, and then you can have him back. Would that be okay?" I felt Jesse's arm start to shake and nearly told Doc to hell with the radiation. I'd just take an extra lead apron and cover up as best I could so I could keep holding on to Jesse's hand. But Jesse let me go. "You sure?" I asked quietly. He jerked a nod. "Just hurry." I did, and couldn't help looming over Doc, mentally urging him to take the x-rays as quickly as possible. He must have, because it wasn't more than 15 seconds before he proclaimed he was done, and I burst back into the room to pull the leather apron off Jesse and help him sit up. "It will take a little while for the x-rays to develop. You're welcome to sit here or the waiting room, or you can go back to your house. But if the break is fully healed, it'll be a little while before I can get back out there to cut it off." I looked at Jesse's face for guidance. He was still shaking, but I imagined he wanted to get the cast off as soon as possible. "Do you want to wait in the truck?" His eyes widened in relief and he nodded. I turned to Doc Martin. "Is that okay?" "Of course. I can even cut the cast off out there so you don't have to come back in." I handed Jesse his crutches and held the doors open for him as he sped out of the building. I helped him into his side of the truck and then hurried around to roll the windows down. It was just this side of too warm to keep them up, and I liked the fresh air. Not to mention, it would help dissipate Jesse's sin and keep me from going crazy. I drummed my fingers on the steering wheel, not sure what to talk about or if I should even open my mouth. Jesse spoke first. "Thank you." His shaking had ceased almost the moment we left the building. "I didn't do anything but stand there," I protested. He was the one who had fought through the fears that had been strong enough to take over his body.
"That was more than a lot of people would do."
I shifted uncomfortably. Any of the guys would have been happy to do it.
"But you were the one who actually did it. You were the one who found us."
"Stumbled upon you, really."
"And splinted my leg and gave me your bed. And you need to learn how to take a damn thank you. Say, 'You're welcome, Jesse.'"
A smile threatened to emerge at Jesse's bossiness. "You're welcome, Jesse."
"There. I hope you didn't sprain yourself."
Jesse settled against the back of the seat with a weary sigh. I liked this banter in between us. I'd hated avoiding him and not talking to him. But I was afraid I'd get too attached. I'd never felt so connected to someone before, especially on so little acquaintance. And he wasn't one of my team. There was no reason for him to stick around once he was better. He'd move on, and I'd be left with a Jesse-sized hole inside me. Even knowing all this, I didn't stop myself from teasing back. "If I did, will you kiss it and make it better?" Jesse's eyes flew open at the same time as the clinic's door slammed open and Doc Martin strode over to us. I let my head fall back. Saved by the slam. "Good news. Everything looks perfect. Now, let's get that cast off." When Jesse reached for my hand this time, I let him have it. But all I could think of was running as far away from this enchanting Omega as I could before I got in too deep. One thing I could do was build a wall between us, block off as much of the connection as I could, and hope it would be enough.
Chapter 19. Jesse. I barely noticed as Doc Martin cut away the cast, my body tingling from the warmth of Asher's hand on mine, my mind full of thoughts of kissing him. but I was still confused as hell. Was Asher interested in me or not? How could he be so intense and focused on me in one moment, then as distant as a mountaintop the next? When Doc Martin pulled away the halves of the cast, I was shocked at how sickly my leg looked. It had only been out of commission for 2 weeks. Doc laughed at my distress. Don't worry, the skin will perk up in a couple days. You are free to walk on it now. However, I don't want you straining it. Take it easy for a couple weeks. Feel free to shift if you're up for it, but try not to run around all night. You're a cat. I trust you to be sensible about this, unlike these moon-mad wolves. Asher broke from his icy facade to smile at Doc.
You're one of us moon-mad wolves, you know.
I never claimed otherwise. Now, off with you. I'd say I don't want to see you around here again, but with Asher's boys taking risks the way they do, I know it won't be too long before I see one of you. Have a good rest of your day. Do something to celebrate. I knew how I was going to celebrate. I was going to figure out what was going on between me and Asher, once and for all. I knew what I wanted. I wanted him. I just needed to find out if he wanted me as well, or if he was at least amenable to the idea. I used the silence of my ride back to plan my attack. Asher ran around the truck to help me, out of habit, I suspect.
So, you really good to go?
Asher asked as I got out of the truck. I took a few tentative steps, bouncing lightly on my leg. Seems good. Okay, deep breath. Time to ask Asher what the fuck was going on between us. Before I could even open my mouth, Asher was jumping back in the truck.
Probably won't be back until late.
The truck roared as he started it, and he was gone, gravel rattling in his wake. Well, damn it. Dallas stepped off the porch of the house. I hadn't realized he'd been watching.
So the leg is good?
Good as new. I shook my leg in the air, trying to shake my disappointment along with it. Not that it did any good.
Tea or coffee?
Dallas asked. Is hot chocolate an option? I had tried both tea and coffee in the last couple weeks, and neither had appealed to me. Hot chocolate I was familiar with, though.
Sure thing.
Dallas let the screen door bang behind him as I made my way to the house. After 2 weeks of disuse, I could definitely feel the muscular difference between my two legs, but the only thing that would fix that was movement. I didn't hurry, and I probably could have moved faster with the crutches, but it felt so good to stand on my own 2 feet again. Dallas had a kettle heating on the stove and 2 mugs prepared. I sat at the breakfast bar, the first time I'd been able to sit on a stool since arriving. I felt the gentle touch of Casper's mind on mine.
Leg.
All healed up.
Good.
Casper had been speaking to me more and more, but he still wasn't a conversationalist. Dallas, Ryan, and Simon more than made up for that. The kettle whistled and Dallas quickly pulled it off to pour our mugs. I stirred my mug, scraping its walls and bottom to mix up every bit of chocolatey goodness as Dallas leaned against the counter.
Now that your leg is fixed, what's the plan?
I heaved a sigh into my mug and took a sip. That was the question, wasn't it? If Asher kept avoiding me, what was I going to do? Just leave? Where would I go? My only goal in escaping the center had been freedom. Now that I had it, I was overwhelmed with possibilities, especially if the one thing I wanted was out of my reach. Dallas didn't interrupt my thoughts. He was comfortable in silence, unlike Simon, who filled every waking moment with some kind of chatter, and completely different from Kurt, whose primary language was silence. Casper was working on communicating more. Ryan was the most balanced of them, and Asher was just a fucking conundrum. I lifted my mug for another sip and realized the mug was empty. Exactly how long had I been staring wordlessly into nothing? It's complicated. Dallas slid another packet of cocoa mix toward me and refilled our mugs.
Can I tell you something about Asher?
The tips of my ears burned. Am I really that transparent?
It's not a bad thing. I think too many misunderstandings are caused by the lack of transparency. Take Asher, for example. He's just as crazy about you as you are about him.
Then why does he run every time I look at him? I hated the whine in my voice.
For one, Asher's shit at relationships, from what I've seen. It's been him and his brother for a long time. I don't know how long. It's the one thing that Simon won't talk about. Asher's really good at keeping a team together, but there's always a goal, always a skip to chase. He doesn't have friends. He has his brother. He has us. I like to think we all would be good friends, but he's never let us in that far. Look at it this way. If he didn't care, he wouldn't be running so fast and so far.
That's mentally helpful. But what do I do about it?
You've got to start chasing him.
Dallas scooped his tea bag out of his mug and set it aside. I've been doing the best I can with a bum leg. It'll take a little while before I can really run, but
Dallas shook his head. I'm not necessarily talking about physically chasing him, though I wouldn't rule that out if he's stubborn enough. From what I understand, his pack believes in Omega's choice.
I'd never heard of that term. What does that mean?
It means in romantic relationships, it is abhorrent for an alpha to force himself on an omega.
What if I want him to force himself on me? I blushed at the words coming from my mouth, but Dallas was the only person I had to talk to about this. Dallas didn't seem fazed.
You're going to have to make it obvious to him. Over the top obvious,
he clarified when I started to protest.
I wouldn't say you have to go so far as, I'm attempting to seduce you, but you might. But Omega's choice is more than just sex. It means that the Omega has the right to accept or decline any overture of a romantic relationship. In the normal way of things, Asher would probably have made his interest known, asked you out on a date, or declared himself outright.
If he's as interested as you say, why doesn't he?
Dallas shrugged. Like I said, he sucks at relationships. I think he's terrified of what could be between you, even if that's a good thing.
We returned to silence as a new plan formed in my mind. Obvious, you say? Really, really obvious?
Really, really obvious.
Dallas nodded. Is there any way you and the other guys could make yourself scarce tonight?
Chapter 20. Asher. I'd driven down the interstate until I hit the first sign for a state park and then parked, shifted, and ran. It wasn't as calming as I had hoped. My wolf kept pulling me back toward home, toward Jesse. But that was just more evidence that I needed to keep my distance to minimize future hurt. It was dark when I arrived home and Kurt's RV was finally gone. A sinking feeling in my stomach told me that meant Jesse had left, and along with him, everyone else. Their scents were a few hours old. I wondered if Jesse had chosen one of them, or if he'd taken off to wherever he'd been going before I met him. The lights were still on inside. If the guys were going to crash at my place and eat all my food, the least they could do was turn off the lights. I kicked off my boots, knowing I was being irrational. This was for the best. It's what I'd been telling myself from the start. Something rustled to my left and I spun, one boot still half on, making me stumble to the floor. Something was on my couch. Someone was on my couch. My wolf grumbled in contentment as I recognized Jesse's scent and smell, and I viciously pushed the emotion away. I needed to remember how unsettling it had felt to think he was gone. Remember that. That was what I was going to have to deal with when he did leave. Even so, I took a moment in the quiet house to memorize his face. In sleep, with no pain, he looked angelic. I'd never seen the hint of a shadow on his chin, and I wondered yet again if he was lying about his age. He was so impossibly young and beautiful. Like I had every night for the last 2 weeks, I pulled back the blanket to pick him up and carry him to bed, but my brain froze when the blanket revealed his completely naked body. After a minute of staring at the expanse of skin, I jerked the blanket over him hurriedly, feeling like a voyeur. Had I walked in on something? Had he spent the evening with one of the other guys? Why would they have left him alone? I sniffed and checked my connection with each of the other alphas. The air was clean of any recent scent except for Jesse's, and all of the others were far enough away I couldn't speak to them. I was burning to know why Jesse was laying here in the nude, but I couldn't think about that without the image of him flashing before my eyes over and over, interrupting my ability to think. I bent to scoop him up, careful to keep the blanket between his skin and mine, then carried him to my room and laid him down on top of the covers. I wasn't up for the extra intimacy of tucking him in tonight, not when my emotions were so tumultuous and close to the surface. I turned to go, but fingers wrapped around my wrist and tugged me back.
Don't go.
Jesse said. I can't stay. I didn't turn around. Cloth rustled behind me, and my imagination went wild, picturing what he was doing, what he looked like as his grip on my wrist adjusted, but did not loosen.
Why are you avoiding me?
How could I answer that? Would he be repulsed if he knew an old, cynical, broken alpha had fallen for him? Maybe not repulsed, not with how compatible we were, but any rejection would tear me to pieces.
Asher, look at me.
I couldn't look. I couldn't pull away. Jess's hand slipped over my shoulder and under my chin, forcing me to look. His brown eyes were warm and nervous. I shouldn't be here. My voice was raspy, but I didn't pull away.
I disagree. I tried to wait up for you.
He waited up? For me? Naked? I said I'd be late.
I know. I was still waiting.
Why? Jesse glanced away, shyly, but his eyes returned to mine and locked on.
Dallas said I needed to be obvious.
My brain had stopped processing. I felt as though each of Jess's words warmed its way through a sludge that had previously been my brain cells.
He said that your pack believes in the Omega's choice. Well, I'm choosing.
What? My heart raced and my ears rang. He couldn't possibly mean what I thought he meant.
I choose you.
Jesse pulled me toward him, and I had to turn or fall. I stumbled forward, suddenly very, very close to Jesse's naked body. He was kneeling on the bed, his eyes almost level with mine. My chest heaved with desire and anticipation. You don't want me, I protested, mentally punching myself for fighting when everything I wanted was here, offered up on a silver platter. I'm old and grumpy. I have a dangerous job. I'm not good at talking about things. Jesse lunged forward and pressed his lips on mine. He was inexperienced, sloppy, but passionate and glorious. His hand slipped around my back and pressed me closer to him, chest to chest. My hands drifted upward of their own accord, and then my fingers were wrapped in his hair, tugging, directing his head so that I could take the kiss deeper. I lost myself in the moment, the heat from his body seeping into mine, our lips dancing together, his soft gasps driving me to the edge of insanity. And yet, I suddenly pulled away. Why me? Jesse blinked, that hint of shyness returning.
We are compatible.
I'm compatible with all the guys. I don't want to hop in bed with any of them.
But you do with me?
I couldn't lie. It would be obvious.
You're a good man, Asher Lambert. You're a strong alpha. You care for your men, for me. You took care of me, took me into your home, fed me. You can't say that's what any decent person would do. I've known a fair number of decent people who would have pretended they didn't see me or my problems.
You're so young. I closed my eyes, grasping at my last defenses, though I didn't know why.
That I am. And spry. Flexible. Adventurous.
I opened my eyes, and the mischievous look on his face drew a laugh out of me.
What does age matter when we are already so compatible? This isn't a whim. I'm not just using you. I know we could be good. And I want more than a chance. I want you. And I won't take no for an answer. Your reasons why aren't about me. They're about you. You want me, and I want you, just the way you are. I've already imprinted on you.
Jesse looked away as he said those last words. My eyes widened. That was why I hadn't been able to shake Jesse. I had imprinted on him. The close proximity, being needed, caring for him. It had all wrapped around me and placed his mark on my soul. If he left, I wouldn't just be hurt. I would be devastated. Suddenly, the idea of Jesse leaving wasn't just painful. It was intolerable. I dropped one hand to caress his cheek. Are you certain?
I've never been more certain of anything else in my life.
You might hate me in a few months. In a few years, all my rough edges could hurt you.
Not if you take me completely. Claim me. Make me yours.
A shiver of holy glory racked my body. Was it possible? Could I really have this beautiful creature forever?
If we claim each other, your rough edges will become my rough edges. There will be no uncertainty between us. I will be able to feel every part of you, and you me.
I had never wanted anything more in my life, and still I couldn't move. Jesse's hands loosened around my back, and I despaired, thinking I had waited too long. He was reconsidering. But he simply crawled backward on my bed and lay down, his body on display like a piece of art. From his youthful face to his elegant neck, his slender and still too thin torso, his sharp hip bones, the thatch of curly hair circling his cock, full and tall and straight.
Come to me,
Jesse entreated. I yanked my clothes off, giving no regard to seams and buttons and zippers. Something tore, but the only thing that mattered was stripping it all off so that I could join Jesse on the bed and then join with him. Jesse eyed me hungrily as I placed my knee on the bed to crawl over to him, his eyes flickering up and down my body, as if he couldn't decide what to focus on. I straddled one leg and he shivered. You're certain? I asked him one last time. Tell me now, and I'll leave.
I never want you to leave, Asher. I'm yours.
Chapter 21. Jesse.
I couldn't believe I had nearly lost my chance, falling asleep while waiting for Asher. Dallas had said be obvious. The most obvious fucking thing I could think of was standing stark naked in front of the man, declaring my love. Things hadn't exactly happened as I'd planned, but it didn't matter. Asher was naked, sliding between my legs, kissing me, kissing my jaw, my neck, my chest. Each touch overloaded my sensors, muscles spasming out of control in response to his touch. He lingered over my nipples, swirling his tongue around the sensitive buds, leaving me gasping. The moans that erupted from my mouth were embarrassing, but there was too much happening, distracting me, and I just didn't fucking care. Besides, they seemed to drive Asher to press harder against me, and that was glorious. He kissed his way down my abs, and before I realized what he was doing, he'd taken my entire length in his mouth. I yelled his name, grasping at the sheets, his arms, my hair, anything I could. This was nothing like taking myself in hand. I had never imagined this electric pleasure, as if a lightning bolt of pleasure had struck me and activated every nerve in my body. I felt my orgasm building, deeper and more intense than I'd ever experienced before. I couldn't even warn Asher before I was coming down his throat, but he kept sliding up and down my cock, sucking. And as my pulses eased, he pulled off, looking around the head of my cock, pulling back just before it was too sensitive. He crawled up to lay beside me, his hand resting on my sweaty chest.
You taste amazing.
My cock gave a half-hearted twitch at his words, but he'd wrung me dry. That was too much. Immediately, his face fell, stricken.
Sorry, I didn't.
I flopped my hand up to press his lips shut. I wanted it to last longer. I wanted to claim you. I felt his lips move under my hand in a smile.
Oh, we're not done yet, Jesse.
His voice was sinfully deep and raspy, spinning up the ragged threads of energy that had ripped me to shreds in ecstasy. How can you say that? I groaned. You've already worn me out.
It's called a refractory period, he said smugly. He'll be ready to go again soon. But, and I should have asked this earlier, how experienced are you?
In sex? He nodded, nibbling my fingers. Other than TV in my hand, I don't know much. His hips rocked against mine, and I felt his thick cock nudge my hip, hot as a brand. My eyes closed, and I whispered, "Do that again." He did, but leaned into me, his full length pressed hard against my thigh.
That's amazing, Asher said. I can't wait to introduce you to everything.
Yes, I wanted everything. I hated thinking of Asher being with anyone but me, but negative thoughts like that had no room in this moment. Right now, I was beyond grateful for his age, for his experience.
All of your memories will be of me.
He whispered, his hand sliding down my chest to my hip.
Every piece of you will be mine alone.
Yes, I reveled in that image. You're my only. Asher took a sharp breath and his hand slipped between my legs.
You have no idea how special that is.
I might not know, but I certainly felt special. Asher made me feel special. The way he looked at me with equal parts reverence and need. His fingers pressed against my hole, and he moaned.
You're unbelievably wet.
I hadn't believed him when he'd said I'd be ready to go again tonight, but my systems were revving back up fast, proving him right. I spread my legs to give him more access, and he slid closer to me, taking my lips with his, their touch gentle and sensual this time. His fingers circled my hole, and my attention kept shooting between his kiss and his touch. He bit my lip gently, making me gasp, and pressed his finger into my entrance, using my surprise to bypass my tense anticipation. I fell deep into my pillow, all of my attention focused on the strange sensation of his finger moving inside me.
Too much?
He asked. No, I said quickly, afraid he'd pull away. Just different. He slid down my body for a better angle, pressing kisses against my skin and sucking hickeys into my ribs. I hadn't known what to expect beyond getting Asher to accept me and kiss me. I'd vaguely understood that claiming involved sex. My imagination had run wild with it many times, but reality blew everything I thought I'd known out of the water. As Asher teased me with his finger, dipping a little deeper, twisting and pressing inside me, my body bucking as if at his command, all I could think was that I wanted him to claim me. I wanted to feel that deeper connection, that melding of minds and emotions that came with the mate claim. Asher, I begged, please. I couldn't articulate my need, only the power of it.
Soon, my little Omega. You're so very, very tight, and I want your first time to be enjoyable.
I'm enjoying the hell out of this, I panted.
Language.
Asher chided with a smile, teasing me with a lick up my cock. A whine escaped me. After what seemed like forever, Asher added a second finger, then a third. Every time I panted that I was close to coming, he stilled, whispering sweet words of love and devotion until my body stopped trembling. When he stretched me with his fourth finger, the burn didn't last nearly as long, and then his thick, glorious fingers were sliding out and leaving me feeling achingly empty.
Now, my sweet,
Asher said, lying down beside me and rolling me on top of him.
I want you to control the pace. If you feel any discomfort, stop immediately.
I rested on my knees, watching hungrily as he took himself in hand and positioned his cock directly under me. I was suddenly grateful for the time he'd taken getting me ready. Even with all his preparation, I couldn't imagine that thick cock fitting in me, but I was damn sure going to try. I shifted, getting comfortable, and Asher rested one hand on my thigh, guiding me down. When the blunt, hot tip of his cockhead pressed against my hole, I paused, savoring the moment. I rocked back and forth, loving the way he slid so smoothly in my slick. And then, with my eyes on Asher's, I pressed down. The pressure grew and grew, and Asher's abs tightened in anticipation.
Steady,
He cautioned me. I took his advice, and slowly he breached my hole and entered me. I paused, breathing. It hurt. It really hurt. But I was determined to take my alpha all the way into my body. I wouldn't be denied this intimacy. The pleasure would come.
okay?
Asher's voice was concerned. I just need a moment, I promised, keeping my voice as even as possible. I knew that at the first hint that I was in pain, he would stop everything, and that was the last thing I wanted. After several deep breaths, I felt ready to continue, and I slid down a little farther, prompting a gasp from Asher. Experimentally, I pressed back up and then slid down a little faster, a little farther. Asher moaned beneath me. I worked myself all the way down that way until Asher's entire length filled me, his balls pressing against my ass, mine resting on his tawny hair. "You feel amazing," Asher said, his words pressed tightly between his lips. "I'm trying so hard not to come right now." That made me feel, I searched for the word, powerful. I was the one who had brought this strong alpha to the edge. I was the one in control of him right now. And just as he had done for me, I waited, unmoving until his face relaxed, no matter how much I wanted to move. Finally, he nodded, and I didn't wait for further instructions. Now that he was in me, I let instinct direct me, rocking on his cock, sliding up and down, the movement getting easier as I grew accustomed to his length and my slick leaked everywhere. I couldn't imagine being more fulfilled and filled than I did in this moment. My alpha practically helpless beneath me, thrusting in time with my movements, driving himself deep into my core. I wanted him to fill me with his seed, to sink his teeth in me, to knot me, to claim me. As the images built in my head and the tension in my gut wound tighter and tighter, tighter than I thought I could bear much longer. Asher reared up and flipped me over, my legs locking over his hips as he drove his teeth into my neck. My cat rose in me, and my canines extended in response, biting Asher as he pistoned into me, a sharp growl signaling the start of his release as everything swirled dizzyingly around me and then snapped into place. I felt him come seconds before I reached my own release. Actually felt him, not just inside me, but inside him, the pleasure bouncing back and forth between us, amplifying, taking me to a place that seemed outside of reality, where only he and I and our bodies and minds and emotions existed. A feedback loop of passion and pleasure. I thought it would never end, and I didn't want it to. I felt our ecstasy as one, as his knot swelled within me, locking us together. I purred and felt his shock as my body vibrated around him. The pleasure that followed the shock only made me purr harder. As our bodies spent themselves, the swirl of our combined experience wound down. The emotional connection didn't fade. Too exhausted for speech, and in that blissful moment before I fell to my physical exhaustion, I reached out mentally. "Asher?" I felt his contented rumble as if it were my very own. "Yes, my Omega." Oh, I was his, wholly and truly his. Even if I were 100 years old with lifetimes of experience, I'd still choose you. I caught a split second of his mental image of us as wrinkly old men having sex, along with a chuckle of amusement. "If we're still alive then and not having sex, we might as well kick the bucket, pup. Now, rest." Chapter 22. Asher. I was immediately aware of Jess's presence when I woke in the morning. Not just physically, but the connection between us. He was dreaming, the edges of his thoughts fuzzy and indistinct. I snuggled closer to him, breathing deeply. The scent of sweat, sex, and Jessie was something I would bottle if I could. Since that was impossible, I would have to simply recreate it as often as possible. My wolf liked that idea. In fact, he was ready to start rutting against Jessie already, but I knew how sore my little Omega would be this morning. Instead, I threw on some shorts and set about making breakfast. I'd been escaping my house as early as possible the last couple weeks, something I was definitely regretting now. I still worried that Jesse might have second thoughts, but since he had chosen me, in no uncertain terms, I was going to do my best to make sure he never had reason to regret his choice based on how I treated him. It had been too long since I'd cooked in my own kitchen. The guys had apparently gone shopping at some point, and there was bacon and eggs. I whipped up a quick breakfast, then scrambled around for something I could use as a lap table. If this was going to be a regular thing, I was going to have to get one of those fancy tray tables for breakfast in bed.
I ended up repurposing an old wooden checkers board and carried breakfast into my mate, who was right on the edge of waking. I set the tray aside and climbed under the covers with Jesse, pulling him into the crook of my arm. He hummed contentedly and wrapped his arm over my stomach. "Morning," he mumbled. "Good morning." I kissed the top of his head. "Hungry?" "A little, but my mind is actually on other things." His hand drifted down to cup my semi-erect cock. I couldn't help lifting my hands into his touch. "Energy first, and give yourself a little time to wake up and evaluate how you're feeling before we go for round two." Jesse pouted, but pushed himself upright. "Fair enough. And I should probably shower." "Me too." I slid out of bed to grab the tray of food. "Together?" Jesse wiggled his eyebrows suggestively, and I laughed. "To save on water." "Of course." I kept my face straight as I arranged the makeshift tray in my lap. Anything to save water. I wasn't surprised when Jesse wolfed down the pile of bacon and eggs I'd placed on his plate. We were both starving after our nighttime exertions. But it was strange, this new sense I had of him. He simply needed to think of something in passing, like pepper, and I was handing it to him. We moved almost as one entity, as effortlessly aware of each other's body and movement as we were our own. And yet, we were still ourselves. I hadn't lost any sense of me, simply added on a sense of Jesse. Our plates clean, I stacked them and set them aside to deal with later. "Where did everyone else go?" I asked, suddenly aware that none of the team had come back. Not that I would have noticed last night. Jesse blushed, and his mortification made my arms tingle. "I kinda sent them away." I pulled him from bed and into my arms, pecking his lips. "You're a little minx, aren't you?" He sniffed and pulled away. "Mountain lion, thank you very much." He swished his hips as he passed me on his way to the bathroom. "And if you want any more of this, you do best to remember that." He slapped his ass and disappeared into the bathroom. My heart fluttered, and I pressed a hand to my chest. What was this feeling? This lightness?
"Joy,"
Jesse answered.
"now come get washed up, you dirty old wolf."
"Who are you calling old?" Jesse protested, but I could feel that he was sore after going from nothing to taking all of me in one night. Neither of us were able to keep our hands off each other, though, and he pushed me against the wall and proved what a fast learner he was, dropping to his knees so fast it made my bones hurt, and then deep-throated me like a fucking pro. I could feel the guys returning, all of them, including Casper. So we finally finished up washing and were dressed with a pot of coffee on before they arrived. The RV arrived first with my brother and the other 3 members of the team. They filed in, expecting grins on their faces. I kept my face stern and was still, even though Jesse was practically bouncing in excitement. I waited until Simon finally asked.
"Well?"
"Well?" I drew it out, letting the moment hang in the air. "Looks like I'm mated, boys." Simon jumped on me, knuckling my head, while Dallas wrapped Jesse in a congratulatory hug, and Kurt offered high fives all around. Ryan suddenly pulled out some bills and handed them to Kurt. I wondered what were the specifics of their bet, but it didn't matter. I had my Omega, a blessing I hadn't thought to look for, and that was pretty much all I needed in life. Casper emerged from the woods behind the house just as the guys were starting to complain about food. Ryan pushed us all out of the kitchen, and we relocated to the back porch with coffees, hot chocolate in Jesse's case.
"Did you hear the good news?"
Jesse asked Casper. He nodded his giant bare head. "You two will make good fathers." Jesse and I shared uncertain smiles. We hadn't even gotten to talking about kids yet. "Someday, I'm sure," I answered. "In approximately 9 months," Casper said, revealing the first hint of any emotion I'd experienced from him. Amusement. "I mean, it's possible, but we're not trying." I stammered, and Casper shook his head. "It is certain. Your seed has taken root in your Omega." I waited with bated breath for Jess's reaction. This was one of the things I was worried about with his youth. I'd had years to sow my wild oats. He was just getting the chance. But already, I'd bound him, first to myself, and now to the child he carried within him. He turned slowly to me, and I braced myself, prepared for any number of responses: fear, regret, anger. But Jesse's eyes were bright with joy. He came to me, burying his face in my chest, and my arms automatically wrapped around him, holding him tight as if he'd float away if I let him go. "Are you happy, my love?" I whispered into his hair. Jesse tipped his face up and blinked tears from his eyes. "Happy. I'm ecstatic. I'm terrified, absolutely, but there's nothing I want more than everything with you." Our lips drew together as if magnetized, and the guys whooped and hollered around us. This was beyond anything I'd ever imagined. I had a mate. I had a child on the way. Nothing could tear this joy from me.
Chapter 23. Jesse. We fell into a new routine now that Asher wasn't avoiding me, and I was able to move around easily. He was still gone quite a bit with the guys, working, but that was nothing new. I liked hearing them talk about their cases. I was surprised at how often they seemed to set aside a case when leads ran cold. Well, not completely set aside. From what I could tell, Kurt was constantly reviewing old cases. The skip they'd been chasing when Asher found me was one that had gone cold, but it seemed there was no lack of work for them. The house was quiet now as they were all out on a job. I could sense Casper nearby in the woods. He and Asher seemed to have struck some kind of agreement. I'd sensed my mate's unease at the idea of leaving me at the house by myself, especially as I really had no way to leave beyond my own limbs. I had no ID, no driving experience, and it would take me months to get those. Casper showed no signs of wanting to move on, and after he and Asher had a private chat, my mate had seemed more content. Casper hadn't said anything more about Asher being his alpha, but I hadn't forgotten those words. Learning how to incorporate the bond between my mate and I was a challenge. Some things came so easily, like when we were in bed together, or working on a project. Anything where we were physically near and working with the same purpose flowed like a calm river. But distance stretched the bond's ability to communicate the same way it did normal compatibility connections. The farther away he was, the less clear I could hear and feel him. Even when he was near, if we were focused on different things, I couldn't always understand what was going on in his head or heart unless he told me outright. But it was always there, a constant reminder that he was mine, no matter how far apart we were. After Asher claimed me, the other alphas started spending nights back in their own homes. I was curious why they had stuck so closely in the beginning, but not sure enough of my position within the group to come right out and ask. Dallas would probably tell me, but if it was something about how I was just a poor, helpless, unattached Omega, I already knew that. I didn't need to know for certain everyone else saw me that way. I hadn't yet gotten bored of the freedom to read whatever books I wanted, watch whatever show or movie I wanted. Other than cleaning and making dinner for the guys, I had no claims on my time when they were gone. I was basically a couch potato. It wasn't bad. I was used to being alone, and with the bond between Asher and I was never truly alone. About 3 weeks after our claiming, however, my binge watching was interrupted by the sound of a vehicle pulling up to the house. It was early for the guys to be back, but sometimes it worked that way. I peek out the window to see a white pickup truck that I didn't recognize. Between the guys, Kurt drove the RV, Ryan a motorcycle, Dallas a sedan, which he looked ridiculously large in, and Simon and Asher shared their rusted black Ford. Casper, you hear that? Outside of the doctor who'd fixed my leg, I hadn't seen anyone outside of our circle since I'd arrived here.
"Wait until I'm closer."
Casper wasn't far, but he was nearing the house at a rapid pace. I bit my nails as the driver of the fancy white truck stepped out, scratched his belly, and bow-legged it to the door. He's almost here. What do I do? Open the door? The guys never locked their doors. I doubted they even had keys, though right now, I was pretty certain I would be urging Asher to fix that problem immediately. I didn't like this feeling of uncertainty burning in my gut. I stepped away from the window, setting the curtain softly into place so the man wouldn't see the telltale swish as I dropped it. Hurry, hurry, I thought at Casper. Even though I was expecting it, I jumped when the man knocked at the front door.
"You may open it."
Casper said, reaching the back corner of the house. I wiped my sweaty palms on my pants before opening the door. The man was definitely a wolf and a beta, but that was about all I could scent. That eased my anxiety a little. Betas weren't half as intimidating as alphas. The man sported a greasy looking mullet, or maybe it just looked like a mullet because he was balding on top. He blinked in confusion at me, stepping back as if to make sure he had the right place.
Huh, you must be that cat Doc Martin mentioned.
I bristled at the way he said that cat, as if most people would reference an infestation of mold or rats. I'm Jesse, I said. If he was trying to bait me, I wouldn't let it work. And if he was just a prejudiced asshole, then fuck him. Can I help you? The man hitched up his pants and hacked like he was trying to clear a giant lob of gunk from the back of his throat. I recoiled, but he mashed his jaws like he was chewing something. I gagged, but he was looking away.
One of them Lambert boys here?
I checked to make sure Casper was near. He was around the corner, waiting to see if I needed him. They're out on a job. The mullet wolf scuffed his boot on the porch, the sound and the sight of the dirt scattering over the previously clean surface making me flinch. I stretched a plastic smile across my face. Can I help you with something, though?
Asher knows their tithe is due.
I had no idea what he was talking about, so I just smiled and nodded.
So, when are you fixing to head on out?
I tilted my head in confusion. I'm sorry? He nodded at my leg.
Doc said you was hanging around until you was fixed up. Looked like you're doing fine. Just wondering when you'd be moving on.
His tone and words raised my hackles for some reason. Who was he to care whether I came or went? I wanted to tell him to get off my damn porch, but I recognized that I knew little about how Asher's pack actually functioned. He never mentioned them, so it didn't seem like a very close-knit pack. He and Simon seemed to operate more like mountain lions than wolves half the time. Casper sent me a wordless inquiry, sensing my agitation, and I told him I was fine. I kept my response to Mullet Wolf as polite as I could. I don't really have any plans to be going anywhere. Mullet Wolf zeroed in on me at that.
Say what? I'd better be mishearing that. We're not interested in your kind sticking around here.
His change from sullen animosity to direct confrontation was immediate. I felt Casper step out of hiding without a word. Mullet Wolf spun, baring his teeth at the sight of the giant grizzly. This is my home, I said, stepping out and closing the door behind me. It was strangely important to me that if there was to be violence, it not touch the inside of my new home. The wolf backed away so that he could keep both Casper and me in his sights.
What's Lambert thinking? He's starting some kind of zoo?
I am Asher's mate, I growled, and you do well not to insult me on my grounds.
Your grounds, huh? I like that. We'll see what the alpha has to say about that.
He backed slowly away to his truck, never turning his back, though neither Casper nor I made a move toward him. When his truck was out of sight, I slumped in relief. I could feel Asher's alarm and that he and the team were speeding back to the house. Do you mind sticking close? I asked Casper.
I had not considered doing anything less.
The bear walked to the front of the porch and lay down in full view of anyone else who might approach. Thank you. I let myself back into the house, my limbs beginning to shake. There was a strange noise coming from the kitchen counter, and it made me jump. But then I realized it was a cell phone Asher had bought me. I rarely used it, and never left the house without Asher, so it just stayed plugged in on the counter. I hurried to answer it before I missed the call.
What the hell happened?
Asher greeted me. I felt a visceral relief at hearing his voice. There was this wolf who came by looking for you. Said something about tithe.
Lawrence.
Asher said the name like a curse. He started asking when I was leaving and got really aggressive, saying my kind wasn't welcome. But Casper scared him off. Asher, I think I might have fucked things up for you. He said something about the alpha.
Motherfucker.
That was the first time I'd ever heard Asher curse, and it shook me more than the strange wolf had.
Don't worry, babe. I'll be right there. Casper around?
I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. He's guarding the front door.
Good. Hang tight. I'm coming home.
Hello, listeners. Krista Crown here again. I just want to remind you that when we hit 1,000 subscribers, I will post the second book in the Outcast Chronicles. So please hit that subscribe button and enjoy the rest of the book.
Chapter 24. Asher. I was so tempted to call Lawrence up and ream him out. I didn't know what kind of shit he was trying to pull. Sadly, it didn't surprise me that he seemed anti-cat shifter, or probably anti-anything other than wolf. A lot of the old guard tended to hold tight to their old prejudices, still clinging to ancient grudges. Never mind that there hadn't been a pack war in over a century. I'd felt Jesse's unease hit me like a fist to the stomach just as I was about to question our current target's ex-girlfriend. It had bent me over with its suddenness and intensity, making me gag with nausea. Needless to say, I freaked the woman out, but I made my excuses and hightailed it back to the RV as quick as possible, telling the guys to drop whatever they were doing. My unease grew as I tried calling Jesse again and again, and he didn't pick up. The level of unease stayed level, though. As far out as we were, I couldn't tell where Casper was in relation to my mate, and I hoped against hope he was near. Then Jesse answered the phone and calmed my fears, but not my anger. As soon as I could see my mate, touch him, and completely assure myself he was unharmed, I'd be having a talk with my alpha. Simon and I didn't interact with the pack much. Outside of the alpha's inner circle, there wasn't a lot of community. Our mom had lived pretty simply, a single mom of 2 wolf cubs, waitressing as much as she could just to scrape enough together for us to live. We didn't see her a lot. I didn't remember much about our dad other than his absence. All I knew was shortly after Simon was born, he bailed, tired of being tied down, maybe. And then Mom died right after Simon turned 18. Doc Martin said it was probably an aneurysm, but he was a family doc, not a coroner. He couldn't see why any fairly young, healthy woman would kick the bucket for no reason. I had a different theory. I think she just wore out. She worked herself to the bone, making sure Simon and I made it safely to adulthood, and then she let go. I never felt like I really got to know my mom. She did her best, and there was nothing like her chicken soup when you were feeling sick. But Simon and I had pretty much raised each other. I respected the crap out of her for doing the best she could with such a crap situation. She hadn't gotten a lot of help from the pack either. I got the sense they looked down on her for not being able to keep our dad around. I'd picked that up from things a few bullies said before they learned I could kick any one of their butts. Maybe it was just stupid stuff that kids say, but it seemed more likely to me that they were parroting things they'd heard around the dinner table. I couldn't imagine leaving Jesse, especially right now, with the anxiety thrumming in my veins. It highlighted how crappy a mate and father our dad had been. When we reached the house, I was out of the RV before the vehicle stopped. Jesse threw open the door and practically leaped into my arms, shaking, stirring my anger at Lawrence to new heights. I smoothed Jesse's hair, holding him until his body relaxed. He told us all the story again, this time in fuller detail. When he was done, Dallas shook his head at me. I told you your pack wasn't going to accept a cat into their ranks. They don't have to accept him, I said harshly. He doesn't have to join the pack. All we need is each other. Don't be dense, Ash. Dallas didn't act superior or like he knew better than me, but like a teacher trying to help a student remember what he's forgotten. I've been around, and that Lawrence has shown up a couple times. The only reason your pack tolerates any of the rest of us is we don't stick around. If they'd realized we'd all been here for weeks while Jesse healed up, they'd have been down your throat so fast you wouldn't even have to swallow. I wanted to say he was wrong, but I couldn't. It could just be Lawrence. Dallas shrugged. Maybe you're right. I hope you are. He left it unspoken that he doubted that would be the case. I held Jesse tight and nuzzled his hair. Are you okay if I go out for a bit? Are you going to get into a fight? Jesse's voice shook. I shook my head. Not if I can help it. I'll be fine. I have Casper. And me, Dallas added. Me too, Ryan said. Kurt shrugged. Fuck it. I'll be around too. I looked to Simon. How about you, little brother? I'm with you, Ash. I'm with Dallas on this. I don't think things are going to go well. You're going to need someone to watch your back. I sure wasn't going to protest that. I let Simon call ahead to get an appointment with Alpha Vane. I was afraid if I did it, I'd start yelling on the phone. I'd barely had reason to go to the Alpha's house, but I'd been enough that I knew where it was. It had always been for all-pack meetings before, though, and I hadn't felt so out of place with my half-rusted-out pickup. Lawrence's shiny white truck was parked out front, as well as the Alpha's giant brand-new SUV. The house was 2 stories tall with 4 giant bay windows on either side of the front door and 6 windows lining the top floor. I'd never really considered where my tithe money went until now. Sharp words about whether the Alpha had earned all this wealth tickled the tip of my tongue, and I bit them back hard. Part of all this was inherited. Not the fancy SUV, but the house. It had belonged to the Pack Alpha since the early 1800s. Vane had updated some things, like adding the bay windows, but the house itself was old. A young Omega woman opened the door for us when we knocked and led us to the room immediately to the right of the entryway, inviting us to sit and wait. And wait. And wait. You did get us an appointment, didn't you? I asked Simon. Simon nodded. Besters trying to make you squirm. Maybe I was squirming a little, but only in impatience. I made a concentrated effort to steel myself, closing my eyes and focusing on the connection between me and Jesse. Slowly, the warmth of our bond reached out to my fingers and toes, soothing my body, and I breathed deeply, slipping into a state of concentration that paid no attention to the passage of time. The soft click of the latch as the doorknob turned jerked me from that place immediately, though, and my eyes snapped open, my claws digging into the wooden armrest of the chair I was sitting in. Simon and I stood to greet our Alpha, and I sheathed my claws. Alpha Vane was in his 40s and had taken over the pack young when his father had died 10 years ago. His face gave away nothing as he approached and greeted us. I was proud of myself for staying neutral myself when Lawrence walked in behind him. It made sense. The beta was his second, but hopefully he wouldn't be for long. Alpha Vane took one of the free chairs and motioned for us to sit, though Lawrence remained standing behind his Alpha's shoulder. Vane steepled his fingers together. How may I help you? I'd like to register a complaint against Beta Lawrence Shelters. Oh? Vane raised one long, elegant eyebrow. And what is your complaint? He needlessly intimidated and threatened my mate. The eyebrow returned to its previous resting place. I hadn't known you were mated? Congratulations. Thank you, I gritted out. Enough with the social niceties. I just wanted to get to the meat of the matter. Based on the information Lawrence has relayed to me, it seems that your mate is a cat. His neutrality slipped on those last 2 words, a subtle emphasis that seemed intentional. A mountain lion, I corrected. Once a cat, always a cat. Before I could respond to that statement, he continued. I have heard Lawrence's recounting of the incident. I will hear yours now. I repeated Jesse's story as best I could, searching Vane's face for any hint of response. But he'd been raised to take on this position, and he'd had a decade of practice. When I finished, he leaned forward, pressing his steepled fingertips to his lips for a moment. Then he sat up tall. He looked down the long bridge of his nose at Simon and me. The cat will need to vacate Pack Lands by the end of the week, along with the bear. What? I exploded out of my seat and Simon pulled me back. He's my mate. You can't do that. I can and will, Vane snapped, letting his composure fall. But it was just as calculated as his mask, which was back up in a moment. We are a wolf pack. That means wolves. Your team has been tolerated, but if you continue to push me, even that grace will be removed. My mouth gaped open like a fish. I heard the words, but I didn't believe them. I felt Simon's fingers tighten around my arms as if he were afraid I was going to lunge at Vane. His fears weren't unfounded, but I chilled my emotions, letting them harden and freeze as my voice dropped to a dangerous level of calm. And what do you propose to do about my pregnant mate? Ha! That had surprised him. I saw it flash across his face. but it changed nothing. You know as well as I do that the connection is not permanent. It will fade over time if you send him far enough away. Like hell I will, I growled. Vane shook his head. I really shouldn't be surprised. I remember when my father told your mother the same thing. She felt the same as you. She would never leave her mate. Thankfully, he had more sense than she did. Red crept over the edges of my sight. What are you saying? Come now, Asher. You're not a stupid man, though you are half cat, so I guess it makes sense that you would have the same proclivities as your mother. I did leave then, but Simon's arms locked around my chest, pulling me back as I snarled, my wolf struggling to take over. Vane stood and looked down at us imperiously. If you do hold to your insistence of keeping your mate, the same boundaries apply to you. You will have 1 week to vacate pack property. Remember, you may have lived in that house most of your life, but the property belongs to the pack. He swished out of the room, and the little Omega woman peeked in, ducking out with a squeak at whatever she saw in my eyes. Easy there, Asher, Simon murmured soothingly. We don't need this bunch of old fogies anyway. Come on, Jesse's worrying about you. We'd best get back to him. Kurt is nagging at me like an old biddy. I let my brother guide me back to the truck and stick me in the passenger side. I'd realized my pack had issues, but I hadn't realized that such raging speciesism was one of them. I didn't have a home now, I realized, the repercussions slowly filtering through my brain. I had a pregnant mate and no way to provide a roof over his head. What kind of provider was that? Simon punched my shoulder. Chill, brother. We got a whole week to figure out what we're going to do. But you're not alone. Whatever happens, I'll be right there with you. Simon was right. I wasn't alone. Not like when we'd been kids. I not only had Simon, I had Jesse, Dallas, Ryan, Kurt, and Casper. I hadn't realized that somewhere in the past few months, or years, my team had morphed from coworkers to family. I took a deep breath. Thanks, Simon. You're right. Now get me home where I can grab a beer, my mate, and some food. Not necessarily in that order. And we can start on a game plan. Chapter 25. Jesse. If the helplessness I felt at not being able to do anything to address Asher's rage was anything like what he felt when that mulleted alpha had appeared on our porch, I never wanted to be apart from Asher again. He was close enough to mind speak with, though, which may have only made it worse on me. I held my questions back until I sensed he and Simon were safely on the road. Are you okay? Asher took a moment to respond. I will be. We will be. I caught bits and pieces of the conversation as he mulled it over. He was angry, furious, but there was a core of calm and strength that held everything together, a calm I was not feeling. I let his certainty wrap over and around me. I clung to his strength. He anchored me. I had roots, I realized suddenly. I had never really had roots before. Maybe that was why I was so terrified of the idea of leaving this place. I knew that Asher would not abandon me, but the idea of leaving his home, which had become our home even though I'd been here such a short while, ripped a hole in my heart. We will be okay, Asher had said, and I believed him. Ryan had busied himself in the kitchen, making a pot of something amazing smelling for lunch. Kurt and Dallas had kicked their feet up on the front porch. I could sense their wariness, as if they were waiting for the other shoe to drop. And Casper, surprisingly, had quietly shifted into his human form and donned the set of clothing Asher had bought for him. We retreated to the back porch and sat together. Changes are coming, Casper said, shocking the hell out of me. His physical voice was even rougher than his mental voice, hampered by years of disuse. I know, I said simply. That certainty had been growing in my mind the closer Asher and Simon drew to home. My quiet idol had been broken. Given how the rest of my life had gone, I had been foolish to expect that anything completely good would last forever. Not bad changes, Casper said haltingly. I sighed. I know that too. It's just difficult to push away my anxiety.
I've had a whole pile of positive changes in the last few weeks, and you would think they'd outweigh the negative ones. But no, they're not weighted equally. I sensed Asher and Simon pulling into the driveway before we heard the crunch of wheels on gravel. I leaped to my feet, leaving Casper behind, and ran into the arms of my mate. He held me close, that calm strength I'd sensed earlier, having nearly pushed his anger completely out of his mind. When we turned around to face the house, Ryan and Casper had joined the others on the porch.
My pack has given me an ultimatum: abandon my mate or renounce my pack.
Asher shrugged.
It's not much of a choice, really. I choose my mate. And so Simon, Jesse, and I have to leave the house within the week.
I felt a quick, sharp stab of his regret and felt guilty.
No, little Omega. This isn't your fault. I'm sad to be leaving my childhood home, but if that is all I have to give up to keep you, it is a small cost.
That's not all you're giving up, I said. You're giving up your pack, your history.
That is no cost at all.
There was a moment of bitterness, and then that too faded.
I have more to share with you someday.
I saw a flash of a woman and two small boys who were unmistakably Simon and Asher. Their mother? I was dying of curiosity, but I knew my mate would tell me when he was ready.
You got any plans yet? Ryan asked, leaning on a porch post. Asher shook his head. Not really. We haven't even discussed whether we're going to join another pack or not. I don't plan on going too far from the area. I've built a reputation for us as a team, and I don't intend on letting that go to waste.
You can crash in the RV, Kurt said. It might get a little crowded, but it will work for the short term. That was terribly sweet of him, but I shuddered at the idea of being surrounded by all Kurt's half-finished gizmos and whatsits. I kept my apprehension off my face, however, while Asher thanked him for the offer. Thankfully, he didn't accept it outright. I might be able to do one better, Ryan said. I've got some family land down outside of Columbia, and if I remember correctly, there's a cabin on it. I have no idea what kind of condition it's in, but it might be worth checking out. My heart leaped at the idea, but Asher shook his head.
We can't take over your family land like that, Ryan, even if it was just for a little while.
I'll be honest, I wasn't thinking of it being short term. You've got a lot to discuss, yeah, but I think all of us have progressed beyond coworkers. We've been operating as a pack for a while. Sure, we don't exactly look like your traditional pack, but when have any of us stuck very well with tradition? I looked at each man's face, the hope in both Asher's and my chest bouncing back and forth and growing. Ryan was right. These men were closer than just work buddies. They were family. They were pack. As Asher met their eyes, they each nodded. I ain't much for all that kumbaya crap, Kurt said, but Ryan's right. Emotion wrapped around my throat, and I blinked back tears. It was one thing for Asher to declare he'd stick by me, but for all of them to declare their loyalty to us? Simon slung his arms over Asher and my shoulders. Enough of this Frowntown serious crap. I think this calls for a celebration. He ushered everyone into the house, but Asher and I paused next to Casper before entering.
Are you planning on going with us?
Asher asked him. My breath stopped as the first hint of a smile lit Casper's face.
You're my alpha now.
He pushed off the wall of the house and stepped into the party. I stared at the building with dismay. It was a cabin, all right. There were 4 walls and a roof, windows, a door, but the roof was sagging. The window panes had all lost their glass, and half of the building was so covered in kudzu, who knew what was living under it? My heart sank. Ryan had warned us continually that he couldn't verify the status of the cabin. It had been years, decades since he'd been here, a summer getaway with his grandparents. Yet, I'd still had visions of the perfect country cottage, ready to move in at a moment's notice after a little dusting and sweeping.
We're going to have to start from scratch,
Asher said. I took a quick status check of all the others. None of them were too shocked. I guessed I was the only one who'd been living in a fantasy world. Asher and Ryan were already making plans for a trip to Walmart for tents, while Kurt was looking up equipment rentals. I sniffed, trying to hold back the tears. I knew everything would be fine, but I couldn't help feeling like the bottom had just dropped out from under me, and the tears escaped anyway. I turned my face away to compose myself, but the tears just fell harder. There was a sudden silence behind me, and I peeked over my shoulder to find all of the alphas staring at me in horror. What? I tried to ask normally, but it came out as a wail, and the tears just unleashed. Asher jumped to my side, folding me into his arms. What's wrong, Jesse? I'm fine, I hiccuped. If this is what fine looks like, I don't think I want to see you upset, he said gently. It's just the. I wagged vaguely at the wreck of a cabin, but even that started a fresh flood of tears. The house? I'm going to build you a better one, love. I promise. I know, I sniffed, my nose leaking out of control. Great. I was ugly crying. I know. I just can't help it. I was being ridiculous. I knew it. I will return, Casper told me, and I felt him loping off in bear form into the distance. Great. Now I was chasing people away with my over-the-top fit. Gentle hands pulled me away from Asher. Can't you sense pregnancy hormones when you see them? Kurt scoffed. Let's just give him some space, okay? It'll pass. His tone was as harsh as ever, but he settled me in his bed and set up a laptop with Netflix. We're going to see what our options are. You just rest here. That was sweet of him. I still checked under the pillows and along the edges of the bed for any hidden contraptions before I settled in, though. After a little while, about an episode and a half of Elementary, Asher poked his head in. We're going to run some errands, pick up some stuff. Do you want to come? Or do you want me to pick anything up? I'm sorry I'm such a wet rag, I said. I'm feeling better. Would it bother you if I stayed here, though? Asher crawled across the bed to give me a kiss. Of course not. Do you want anything while we're out? Food? I asked plaintively. Asher laughed. What would you like? I had to think about it. I felt hungry, but nothing sounded good. Can you just bring me a bunch of fruit? Asher's face drew down into a frown of concern. Are you sure that's all you want? I nodded. It's the only thing that sounds good. Then fruit you shall have. Do you have your cell phone on you? I patted my pocket sheepishly. No, I think it's in the truck. Asher gave me another kiss. I'll grab that and then we'll head out. The crying fit was the first real pregnancy symptom I'd noticed. It was completely out of character for me, and it definitely made things feel more real. At just a few weeks in, it was way too early for me to be able to detect any changes in the shape of my body. I was still embarrassed about the crying, but not too much. Dallas had gone out and bought what seemed like the entire expecting parents section of the bookstore, and when I hadn't been packing, I'd been reading. Asher came back to drop off the phone, and everyone except Simon headed out. I was glad they hadn't all gone. I still wasn't super comfortable being on my own after last week. I fell asleep somewhere between episode 3 and episode 4. My previous swirl of emotions faded, and the exhaustion of the week descending on me. Chapter 26. Asher. Even knowing Jess's reaction was probably mostly hormones, it hit at the primal need in me to provide for my Omega. I didn't want to have him living in a tent for the next month or two, however long it took us to get the most basic livable structure up. But I couldn't afford to put us up in a hotel for that long. I was sure Kurt would offer his RV again, but I hated putting him out of his own home for that long. I drove, Kurt taking Simon's usual spot, with Ryan and Dallas following behind. Kurt was clicking away at his computer still, maybe figuring out supply lists, maybe tracking skips. I never could tell, and he generally just grunted if I asked. Our first stop was Lowe's. There were actually sporting goods stores up in Nashville, but if I could find something decent enough more locally, I would prefer it. And we could start pricing materials. Not that I had much of a clue what we'd need to build a house from the ground up, but Dallas did.
I was pretty well versed in small repairs, so I wouldn't be useless, but Dallas would be taking lead on the project. We parked near the edge of the parking lot. I didn't like the vehicles hemming me in, just like I didn't like cities with all the people on top of you. The garden area was in full swing, spilling out into the parking lot, hemmed in by temporary chain link fence. I liked the idea of having a garden, a vegetable garden, fruits, herbs, completely living off the land, if possible. I hadn't really wrapped my head around what being an alpha of a pack would mean for us, but I was slowly building a picture. I wanted us to be a true community, really working together to build something, to care for each other, a return to our roots. We were passing the pre-built tool sheds when I froze. The others were immediately on alert, their nose twitching and eyes scanning the parking lot for a threat. "What's wrong?" Ryan asked. "Nothing," I said, turning to look at the sheds again. I just had a thought. Would it be possible to convert one of these to a livable cabin quickly? "Sure, I've seen it on Pinterest," Dallas said. We all turned to stare at him and he shrugged. "Don't judge." We turned back to examine the options. "It's definitely doable," Dallas said. "It'll take a while to figure out water and electricity, but we could get a little propane cook stove, insulated." He was mumbling to himself now, and I let him. "You figure that out," I said. "I'll go see how we can get it out to the property." While I worked out logistics with the store associates, Dallas led the others around in a construction-themed scavenger hunt. We had a bit of a fuss over whether I'd be able to get the small building delivered that night, but when I promised an extra pile of cash for whoever could make it happen, the guy's eyes squinted with determination. We were just wrapping up by the time the guys appeared with their 4 shopping carts. I raised my eyebrows, but I trusted Dallas's judgment. My bank account was definitely going to take a hit, but if it meant my Omega was happy, it was well worth it. We had to wait about an hour before a truck large enough to carry the pre-made shed showed up, and then they followed us out. I sent Dallas and Ryan to grab food and fruit so we could make dinner. I was grateful we were smack dab in the middle of summer. It was about 4 in the afternoon when we got back to the property, which gave us a little time to try and get things set up before tucking in for the night. I disappeared into the RV to try and distract Jesse while the other guys did their thing. Jesse was asleep, deeply asleep. I considered going back out to help the guys, but the warmth and softness of my mate called to me. I closed Kurt's laptop and set it aside, then climbed up and slid under the covers. Jesse rolled easily into my arms and I tucked my chin over his head. I knew the little shed wasn't exactly a home, but I hoped it would do for the interim. It was dusk when I woke, Jesse stirring in my arms. "When did you get back?" he asked groggily. I checked my phone. "About 3 hours ago." Shit, I hadn't meant to fall asleep. Jesse stretched against my body and I rubbed my hand up his side. "How are you feeling?" "Better. Sorry about earlier." I cupped his cheek. "Don't be. I'm sure we'll have crazier things pop up over the next few months." Jesse yawned. "Man, I feel like I could go straight back to sleep. I can't believe how tired I am." I sat up and stretched. Exhaustion is a first trimester symptom. I just didn't think I'd be getting sympathy issues this early. Jesse gaped at me. "I have never seen you pick up any of the books Dallas brought over. Not once. Where have you been picking up all this baby knowledge?" I waved my phone with a small smile. "E-books. I can feed a few thousand books on here." "A few thousand?" I might have just found the secret to making sure Jesse carried his phone with him. "I'll show you." Jesse nodded eagerly as someone banged on the side of the RV. "Grub's ready," Simon called. They must have been waiting for us to get up. "I'm starving," Jesse complained, crawling out of the bed. His hair was all sleep-rumpled and his eyes still a little blinky, but that wasn't stopping him. I wondered how cute he'd be when the cravings really kicked in. More than that, though, I wondered how much work the guys had gotten done on the shed. "How's it looking?" I asked Dallas. "Come see for yourself." There was the hint of a satisfied smirk in his tone, I was excited to see what they'd done. Chapter 27. Jesse.
The evening air was warm when we stepped out of the cool air of Kurt's RV. Simon, Kurt, Ryan, and Dallas were lined up, waiting for us with smiles, all the way from Simon's wide, enthusiastic smile to Kurt's tiny twitch of his lips. "What's going on?" I asked.
If you will follow us,
Dallas said, stepping forward to hand me a piece of cloth. "What's this?"
a blindfold, my love.
Asher murmured in my ear.
Are you comfortable with that? We have a surprise for you.
I didn't like the idea of being bound in any way, but if Asher was okay with it, I could bear it. I hated the idea of ruining their surprise and wiping all those smiles away. "Only if you put it on." Asher left it loose so I could see the grass just below me, which helped. He took my hand. With my sight limited, sounds were so much more intense. There was the swish of our boots through the grass, the evening song of the crickets, the calls of birds back and forth as they settled down for the night. Suddenly, we stopped. Asher squeezed my hand.
You can pull the blindfold off now.
I did, and blinked. At first, I couldn't understand what I was seeing. I knew what it was, of course, but I couldn't understand why it was here. It was a tiny house, with 2 windows on either side of the front door. Strings of garden lights, the kind that are made to look like old school lights, lined the edge of the roof. I looked between the house and the men. "What is this?"
It's your home, temporarily. Somewhere you can claim as your own and nest in until we have something more permanent.
Damn it all to hell. Tears were building up again, and I couldn't stop them.
What's wrong?
Asher asked immediately, filled with concern.
Did we do it wrong?
I waved a hand in front of my face, trying to find my voice. "It's beautiful."
Well, don't get too excited, Simon cautioned, going to open the door. You haven't seen the inside yet.
I didn't need to see the inside to appreciate how my alpha and my pack cared for me, and Simon's warning was for nothing. The inside was simple, yes, but it was wonderful. Somewhere they'd picked up a couple side tables and set them against one wall, a camp stove resting on one, plates stacked on another. The far right corner held a mattress on the floor, neatly made. It wasn't Asher's. His king was too big for this tiny house. There was a fold-up card table with 4 fold-up chairs around it. A tall glass adorned the tabletop, stuffed full of wildflowers that I bet had come from the fields surrounding us. "It's just wonderful."
We still have some work to do, Dallas said. We want to put in a loft so you have more room, and some real counters, water, electricity, and we'll have to make use of a porta-john for now, but it beats a tent, right?
I pulled Asher in for a hug. "It's the best house I've ever lived in." I absolutely meant it. I had loved Asher's former house for the memories it held, but this was the first place that was ours equally, together, from the start. So what if it was a little rough? It was beautiful.
Well, y'all are letting the food get cold, Ryan said after I'd hugged each of them. It's a nice night. Let's drag everything outside and enjoy it.
I suspected his suggestion had more to do with the fact that there was no room in the tiny house than the fact that it was nice out. But I had no arguments. It was a nice night. We were halfway through our dinner before I realized that Casper was finally returning. He was a shadow, moving in the dark, and I stood up to greet him. Dallas had built a small campfire for light, and the sun had disappeared behind the trees, leaving just the last vestige of light blue in the west. Casper shifted to human as he approached, which surprised me, but the reason why became clear as he spoke.
This woman is Meredith.
A middle-aged woman followed him out of the shadows, her wavy brown hair streaked with gray. Deep laugh lines creased her face, though her eyes sparkled with youth. Asher moved so fast I didn't see him until he was in front of me.
Who are you?
He barked. I stepped to the side so I could see, and Asher put a protective hand out, still keeping me behind him. I didn't sense any danger or aggression from this woman, but the gesture was sweet. "Your seer told me you have need of a midwife." She spread her hands placatingly. "I'm well experienced in both human and shifter births." She smiled directly at Jessie now.
You're just a human. How do you know of our kind?
She is a witch, Casper said. Meredith shot Casper a frustrated glance. I am an Artrian. At their blank look, she added, we're closer to the ancient druids than anything else. The word witch is a shallow representation of who we are. You, seer, should be well aware of that. Her reprimand did not faze Casper. What do you mean, calling Casper a seer? I asked. Her eyes tightened with confusion. That is what he is. Did you not know? I looked at Casper out of the corner of my eyes. He doesn't talk much. A smile quirked the corner of her lips. So I gathered. Now, are you going to attack me? Or will you welcome me into your circle as your guest? I tugged on Asher's sleeve when he hesitated. Asher? He eyed her for a moment longer, and she approached us, offering her wrist to Asher. He blinked, surprised that she was familiar with the shifter greeting, and bent to sniff as he offered her his wrist as well. Before moving away, she bared her neck to him, and then came to me, repeating the greeting before resting her hands on my shoulders and lightly kissing me on each cheek. Well met, life carrier. I smiled, still unused to the idea of the child within me, even with the appearance of my symptoms. How did you know it was me? A secret sparkle lit her eyes. That is one of the many things that makes me an Artrian, and not a witch. Now, will you do me the honor of introductions? Meredith flowed from one person to the next before accepting a bowl of stew. Asher watched her closely, but even he had relaxed by the time she stood to say her goodbyes. Shouldn't you examine me? I blurted, a little embarrassed at saying something in front of everyone. But Meredith smiled gently. I will return tomorrow when we have light, and we'll have plenty of time. I'm sure you are tired now. My eyes were feeling heavy. But it's dark. How far do you have to walk? Should you really be walking through the woods at night? I'm sure we can find a place for you. Her eyes crinkled with amusement. That is very kind, but the forest holds few secrets and dangers for me. Until tomorrow. She swiftly disappeared into the dark. With her departure, I realized that somehow we had all failed to question her and Casper further about the whole seer thing. I wondered if that was another one of her powers, or if she had just been successful in distracting us. Casper, what does being a seer mean? Casper finished chewing his bite of stew and set his bowl on the ground.
I see things,
he said, his voice even rougher than normal.
This that have been, that are, that may come to be. It is difficult.
He nodded, as if answering a question only he could hear before standing and walking into the dark himself. I heard the crack of his shift, and then the soft thump of his front legs falling to the ground as he left us.
That explains some things,
Asher said. I wanted to talk more about it, what it meant, but a yawn overtook me, and my eyes were struggling to stay open.
Come on, love. Let's go to bed.
The others shooed us off with promises that they would clean up. I wondered how that was possible without running water, but I figured it wasn't my problem right now as Asher led me into our home.
Chapter 28. Asher. Jesse was asleep almost before he laid down, but I was wide awake. I lay with him while the guys cleaned up, and when everything quieted down, I climbed out of bed and slid my boots back on. The guys had set up camp nearby, and I could sense Casper hadn't gone far. Everyone else was quickly falling asleep, but Casper was as awake as I was, waiting. You ready to talk? I was walking toward the edge of the woods already.
No, but it is time.
Casper met me just outside the woods and shifted into his human form. He looked just as wild as when I had first met him, his long, tangled hair reaching his elbows, the scar marring his face, giving him a dangerous air that I did not doubt was part of him. But it certainly wasn't the whole story. Like myself, he was a protector, but behind that scar lay a universe of stories I hoped he would someday share. Maybe not all. I doubted I wanted to know everything. But for the safety of my pack, and as Casper's alpha, there were some things I needed to know. You saw meeting me and the issues with my old pack before they happened. Casper nodded. I saw finding Jesse as well. He bared his neck to me. Forgive me if I choose to communicate this way instead of out loud. Speaking is still challenging for me. It has been a long time since I've needed the skill. That didn't bother me. Why did you go so long without speaking? Casper stared up into the night sky for a long time before answering. The ability to see farther than others is a difficult gift. Some want to use you. Some are terrified of the gift. Seers have historically been hunted, pursued by avarice and fear. I've encountered both many times. His hand grazed the bottom edge of his scar. When I was young, I tried to use my gifts only for good, but even I could not see all the consequences of my actions. I tried to share good news and prevent bad things, but it seemed that each time I spoke up about my visions, it always twisted back on itself, making things worse than before. Can you actually prevent things from happening? If you see something, isn't that what is going to happen regardless? The future is not set in stone. It is a tree with infinite branches. It is impossible to see everything. I looked up at the sky with him. It was clear, and we were far from light pollution, revealing thousands and thousands of dazzling pinpricks of light in the canvas above us. I learned it was better to say nothing at all, and so I hid. I meditated. I learned from my visions. I watched humanity and us others circle around each other, so blind and yet so free. Why did you leave your solitude? While we talked, my brain silently marked the places of the constellations. It had been so long since I had done this. The last time had probably been when Simon and I were kids, and yet I still recognized them. There was Ursa Major and Minor, known to us as Callisto and her son Arcos, the first bear shifters. Canis Major and Minor were Romulus and Remus, the first wolf shifters. Corvus, the raven, Draco, the dragon. My mind named them, feeling the same wonder that filled me as a child when I had first learned them. And soon, I would teach them to my own child. I saw a great end coming. Events approached that threaten us all. A great war beyond which I see nothing else. If I do nothing, it will come without fail. The hair along my arm stood on end. And if you do something, then there is a chance. Casper dropped his head, and I turned to meet his eyes. I spent years looking for the path that gave us that chance. That path began with Jesse, and with you. How could I respond to that? It was terrifying and impossible to think of something coming that threatened the world on the scale Casper was speaking of, but I knew he was certain. Beyond that, I believed in Casper, and therefore in his words. So what do we do? For now, love your mate. Build your pack. I am still searching the branches. I reached out to clasp Casper's hand. He stared at it as if he didn't know what to do with it. Before reaching out, I rubbed my scent gland against his as we pulled away. Thank you for trusting me, Casper. As your alpha, I will do whatever it takes to help you in your quest. We parted silently. I left Casper quietly contemplating the stars as I returned to my bed, head full of questions. As I shut the door behind me and began to toe off my boots, I heard a rustle from the bed. Asher? It's me, my love. Come to bed. I stripped off my shirt before slipping under the covers. You're worried, Jesse said. Yes. It was no use lying. He could sense my emotions as well as I could sense his. Is it an immediate worry? No. Then let me help you take your mind off it. Jesse slid on top of me and kissed his way down my chest. Our clothes soon disappeared, pushed to the bottom of the bed or thrown off, and I was distracted, for a while, in the glory and beauty that was the beautiful man who had chosen me. I managed to push Casper's words to the back of my mind, and when we found our release in each other, We fell into peaceful rest.
Chapter 29. Jesse. Asher, the house can't have changed that much from when I saw it yesterday. Once again, I was blindfolded, waiting for Asher to show me our new home. Building had taken us much longer than expected, and here we were, nearly 9 months later, so close to being able to move in, and yet not quite there. It didn't help that I'd been dealing with contractions for 3 days straight, and both Casper and Meredith were telling me it wasn't time yet. The guys had done an amazing job on our tiny home, winterizing it, quickly getting it hooked up to water and solar, and they'd pooled their money together to buy a nice double wide for the guys to share. But they had all been equally stubborn about prepping a home for the baby. Not me, but for the baby. Okay, Asher was building it for me, but the other guys were already doting on their little princess. Asher had offered to contact Doc Martin and see if he could get me in for an ultrasound, or to see if he could find another shifter doctor who would get us in. But I'd had a visceral negative reaction to asking his old pack for anything, even though it would be for the baby. I still had cold sweats thinking about going into a doctor's office, but Meredith had been beyond helpful. I couldn't imagine any doctor being more kind and thorough than she was. But it had been Casper who revealed we were going to have a girl, a beautiful little wolf girl. Once I realized he actually could see things in the future, I wouldn't stop bugging him to tell me how many kids we were going to have, and he just smiled a secret little smile and let me jabber at him until I was blue in the face.
There's a step in front of you.
I was kind of surprised he was taking me into the house before taking the blindfold off, but I guessed it made sense. There wasn't a whole lot he could have done to the outside between yesterday and today without me noticing. And then we were in the door, up the stairs, down the hall. I was mentally picturing the layout and knew when we stopped that we were in front of the nursery. I could smell the others, lurking out of the way in the hallway beyond us. The excitement was palpable, and even without seeing what surprise the Alphas had planned for me, I was already tearing up.
Okay, you ready?
A particularly sharp pain stretched across my belly and back. Off, off, off! I commanded, and Asher whisked the blindfold away. It was just as beautiful as I hoped, and sweeter than I could have imagined, given this time yesterday the entire room had been plain white walls. Now, walls were painted a sweet buttercup yellow, with one wall painted with gray chevrons as an accent. I don't know if Dallas had realized the danger when he'd introduced me to Pinterest, but I'd gone completely nuts, planning the dream nursery out in detail, from paint to rugs to lamps, and I'd been obsessed with sheep and lambs to everyone's amusement. Yet, they had humored me, and a little sheep mobile hung above the crib, with a sheep printed coverlet hanging over the crib's edge. A stuffed sheep sat in the gliding rocker, and little sheep slippers sat waiting for me next to that. You guys, I croaked out through my tears. The pain of my contractions faded to the back of my mind momentarily. Did we do good? Ryan asked. Come here. I waved them all in for hugs, unable to speak.
Next up is the bedroom,
Dallas said.
We figure as long as you have both rooms and the bathroom, the place is livable, even if it takes us a little bit to get the kitchen all together. We can do food at the bachelor pad or the tiny house.
You will want to start on the bedroom now,
Casper said. Sheesh, we worked all night to put this together, and you want to throw us straight at the bedroom? Simon complained. Don't we deserve a break? Casper shrugged.
It is your choice, but the child has decided to arrive now.
For as long as it took to take a breath, there was a dead silence as we all processed what he said. And then everyone started yelling at Casper at once.
Just 1 minute,
Asher yelled over everyone.
Quiet.
When everyone did, he turned to Casper, the fierce control of his tone revealing his anxiety.
You mean the baby is coming now? This very minute?
She comes tonight,
Casper said. Immediately, Asher started barking out orders.
Simon, get Meredith. Ryan, prep the bedroom. Dallas, we need to boil water, right?
Casper raised his hand to stop them all.
Meredith is on her way. I told her yesterday.
Asher's voice was cold with fury.
And you didn't think to tell me then?
Casper was unintimidated as he met Asher's eyes, though he did bare his throat slightly in submission.
You did not need to know yet. You stressed too much already.
We will talk about this later,
Asher promised, escorting me out of the house. Asher, it's fine. I don't feel any better or worse than I have the past few days. All we can do is sit around and wait until Meredith gets here and Aspen decides to make her appearance. Asher's eyes glazed over the way he always did when he heard our daughter's name, but he continued ushering me to our little house nonetheless.
No sense taking chances.
I rolled my eyes but followed along. Sometimes the best plan is to let alphas make their big gestures and then just go along and do what you were going to do anyway.
Chapter 30. Asher. I had underestimated how terrifying it would be to see Jesse in pain. When his leg had been broken, the pain had seemed like nothing compared to his emotional trauma. But this, the sweat and the exhaustion, it just seemed to never end. We clutched each other's hands for hours while Meredith coached us both. Finally, at some point in the wee hours of the morning, she declared it was time to start pushing.
What the fuck have I been doing until now?
Jesse yelled at her. My Omega had a mouth like a sailor under normal circumstances, but tonight had brought the curses out in strength. Meredith's grin was sassy as she said,
Practicing. Okay now, this is going to be the worst part. They don't call it the Ring of Fire for nothing. Okay, papas? Ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Jesse squeezed my fingers so hard I feared they might break, but I said nothing. It was a small pain in comparison to Jesse's ordeal.
Great, Meredith said. Again. Again, motherfucker! It seemed like each round of pushing lasted an infinity, and with one last fierce scream that gave me shivers down to my toes, Jesse collapsed and Meredith said, Good. Her head is crowned. Just a couple more pushes, Jesse, and you can meet your baby girl. Striking as fast as a serpent, Jesse grabbed the collar of my shirt and pulled me down to his face. I swear, if you even think about getting me pregnant again, I'm going to cut off your dick. No time for foreplay, boys. Come on, Jesse. Push.
Aspen came out screaming, which Meredith said was a good thing. She cleaned out her nose and set the messy, beautiful baby on Jesse's chest.
Here, Daddy. Distract yourself with this treasure. We've still got the afterbirth to deal with. But take a few minutes with her and then we'll cut her cord and wrap everything up.
I didn't notice anything after that, so enchanted with the tiny thing laying on my mate's chest. My treasures. Tears streaked down my face, and I didn't care. I pressed a kiss to Jesse's hair and murmured I love yous to both of them. Then Meredith helped me cut the cord. She bound the stump, and I held Aspen while Meredith helped Jesse deliver the afterbirth, and she cleaned him. I handed over the baby for a moment so I could help him up, so I could clean the bed, and she placed Aspen back in his arms. While I finished, Meredith helped Jesse nurse Aspen for the first time. Once he was comfortable, she gathered the dirty linens in her bag.
I'll stay over at the bachelor pad for the rest of the night, in case you need me. Just tell one of the guys and I'll nip right over. Congratulations. You did so well, Jesse.
He smiled dreamily at her.
She's so amazing. I know. Now try and get some rest, boys.
We waited for Aspen to finish eating, and then I helped Jesse back to bed. As tired as we were, neither of us were ready to put Aspen in her bassinet. We just wanted to snuggle for a little longer. I can't believe she's so tiny, I whispered.
I can't believe she was in me just a few hours ago.
I wiggled my finger into a tiny grip. The world seemed so much larger and more terrifying than it did before I saw her face. Unbidden, Casper's warnings about the dangers to come wiggled into my brain. Jesse must have sensed my apprehension because he softly stroked my face.
It'll be okay. We're going to teach her how to take care of herself, her family, and her pack. We'll all take care of each other.
I didn't want to let on that my anxiety was more than just normal first-time dad worries, even though I hated not telling Jesse anything. But perhaps this was why Casper had kept Aspen's imminent arrival from me. There was nothing I could have done to prepare better. It would have only caused me undue stress. I realized that the best thing I could do now was to try to forget Casper had said anything about the future, at least until he gave me a way to fight it. Until then, Jesse was right. I was going to love him, love my baby, and teach them both how to protect themselves and each other. I would build a pack that loved deeply, protected fiercely, and accepted others freely. Each one of us had been lost before we found each other. For an unlikely group of outcasts, we made a good family, and I would make us an even better pack.
Thank you so much for listening to Freedom for His Omega. If you'd like to listen to more of the series, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button.
This has been Freedom for His Omega, The Outcast Chronicles, Book 1. Written by Krista Crown and Harper B. Cole. Narrated by Kenneth Obi for Falcon Sound Company. Copyright 2017 by Krista Crown and Harper B. Cole. Production copyright 2018 by Krista Crown and Harper B. Cole.